Hello. What up, motherfuckers? How's everybody doing in the quantum realm? Well, hello, Casper. Le Casper. I think I fixed my audio thing, so when you jump on, I just want to make sure that I can actually fucking hear you. Twould be nice. Right, Mika? We want to hear Casper. Hi. Hi, baby girl. Hi. What you doing? Can you give me 5? That's a good girl. Good catch. Good girl. We're loading up. Yeah. Why you got the half ear? Why you only got one ear forward, huh? You confused? Give me that paw. That's a good paw. Let's go. You're muted and deafened.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I did fix it. Haha. I think I so smarty. Nika's looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What's up with you?
Yeah, I got this weird summer cold that showed up on Friday for some reason. My brother got it too, and my brother and I barely see each other, so that was weird. And I don't go out into
Yikes.
the world. So someone gave it to me, that's all I know.
Big yikes.
It's fine. I can actually talk now.
Oh, were you like not able to talk over the weekend?
It just like hurt. I get, it's just like a regular cold throat. all messed up, head, a little foggy, and your body hurts. It wasn't that big of a deal.
Mm.
Anyway, so what's on the agenda today?
Hang on.
I heard down the rumor mill that the B in LGBT is now erased.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm
But
googling it up right now.
by who?
Executive order, just like trans was taken out of all federal documents, like trans, and that
Wait.
like someone pressed Control F and did trans to everything. I guess they did the same thing to bisexual, but I'm not positive. I'm looking it up right now.
They're taking out the ones that like have issues from within the community as well. That's some horseshit.
Hey, Cosmic.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? What going on? Well, I never got a P in there anyway, so.
Fair. You fell under the B.
I fell under the plus.
The B is the P.
No, technically.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I'm just saying. Okay. Uh, duh, 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 duh.
A lot of useless COVID information. What are you
Raised
talking about?
pages on the Stonewall National Monument website referencing bisexual individuals.
Well,
Of course, I have to get it from Yahoo News and the UK, so we'll see. I haven't read it all yet.
whoa! That link.
It's just a link.
All right, let's see.
Oh, I guess I could have shared it that way, huh? Oh well.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Have you guys been watching the COVID stuff from Tiny? I haven't. I'll be honest.
A little bit here and there, but YouTube doesn't like me talking about such things, so we'll
I
have to
got
wait.
a whole lot of anti-Destiny people for the and what's her name, Mercedes, I guess, was quote unquote excited to see the older millennial. You know who the older millennial is, Jordan?
Mm-mm.
Oh wow. Okay. Anyway, he's this big MAGA guy. I guess he got arrested again for I don't know, something.
Mm.
And he got out, and Mercedes from the Unfuck America tour, the one with the hat,
Oh yeah.
was all excited to see him, and everyone's turning on her, and I'm just like, okay. And then some people were like, oh yeah, the Unfuck America tour part 2 sucks anyway because Destiny's on it, and everyone knows Destiny's a problem. It's like, what do you mean?
Wait, who
They're
said
like, yeah,
that?
because super the comments,
Oh.
and I'm just like, it's just a video and comments, and somebody was like, yeah, because he's like a super what's the anti-Palestine? Zionist is anti-Jewish, right? What's the other one?
Zionist is pro-Israel. Well, not pro-Israel exactly, but in favor of there being a Jewish state.
Yeah. Okay, so he's a Zionist and all that, and I was like,
Yeah.
you do understand that he's more informed on those things than, let's say, Hassan is. I'm assuming you're a follower of Hassan. And he was like, well, Destiny said this, and I was like, okay, but did you watch the whole clip, or did you just watch the rage bit clip that everyone clips
Mm-hmm.
and takes him out of context? Because pretty sure Destiny would never say that unless he's joking or doing it for the rage clips. And he was like, okay, I'll bite. What has he said that's made him, actually listen to people? I'm like, or actually worth listening to? And I was like, well, for one, he actually researches his shit live, unlike and actually is like, oh, this is the case or this is the claim. Okay, let's go into that. Hello, Jack. Jack. And my dog.
Mm.
And unlike Hassan, who just goes off of anything that's anti-Palestine is wrong.
Right.
That's his only viewpoint. Like, it doesn't have any other viewpoint other than pro-Palestine.
Well,
I wrote it more elegantly than what I'm saying, but pretty much. So
right.
if the community has anything else for me to put, I'm sure someone will pipe back soon. My comment only got a few thousand comments under it.
Yeah.
Not a few thousand likes, a few hundred comments.
Cosmic says, I think the Dean community lives in those comments. You're probably right.
Yeah,
but I mean,
just kind
can
of
I actually give that person some props for not immediately just dismissing you?
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, okay, you'll bite? Okay, cool. I was never
Yeah.
mean to him, this one specifically.
Yeah.
I was just like, you should probably watch the whole clip.
Like,
if he
credit
said
where
that
credit
for
is
real,
due.
I'll like secede, but like normally he just does that to rage bait. Yeah, I was props to that kid. But it just kind of proves my point where like I know that Trump is like pro-Israel because money, because they pay Trump a lot, and so anything it just means a lot of lefties are like anything that Trump does, we have to be anti. So if he's pro-Israel,
Yep.
we have to be
I've kind of had to
pro-Palestine.
deal with it sometimes with a couple of our friends here who I still love and respect, but I definitely feel like sometimes some of their positions are, well, Trump likes it, so I have to find a way to hate it.
Yeah, that kind of just proves my claim from, I think it was last week when I made that, and it just as soon as I made that, just everything kind of fell into place. Yeah. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah. Which, like, I get it. I don't like Trump either, but like, I don't like Trump because of his policy positions, right? It's not that I don't like his policy positions because they come from Trump. And I think a lot of times people analyze it in that way, which is not constructive and doesn't help, like, get people over on your side of the argument. It actually pushes them away.
Okay, so Trump just changed, or his admin just took out trans people from the Stonewall online. So he just took off the bisexual stuff online. Only through the Stonewall.
Huh. That's weird. There's a lot of bisexual Republicans.
Yeah.
Did the gays survive? Yeah. Who? I think the last figure I saw said 58% of the LGBTQ community identifies as bisexual. Cosmic.
Yeah, and a recent Gallup poll found 58% of LGBTQ plus adults in the U.S. identify as bi.
Yeah. You don't think they're all Democrats, do you?
I guess it happened right before Pride Month, and no one really noticed because this month's Pride
Pretty
Month.
much. I mean, fair enough. I mean, you do recognize, though, there are gay Republicans, there are lesbian Republicans, I'm pretty sure there are bisexual Republicans. Bisexuality is pretty... I mean, I wouldn't say it's, like, pretty common, but it's, like, probably... Like I said, it's more common than, like... Not even just closeted people. There's a lot of Republicans who aren't, like, in with all of the Christianity stuff or all of that other stuff, you know? Not into that.
I mean, why else did Grinder shut down at some Republican convention last year?
That is pretty funny. It is pretty funny, pretty sus. Okay. Changing my
Butler,
weapon here is like
Pennsylvania was
non-intuitive.
the one was the shooting where Trump like got his ear glazed or whatever, right?
Glazed?
Whatever.
Someone came
It
on his ear?
not yes. Also complimented because glazing is complimenting now, according to Gen Z.
Well, do you know why
Um,
glazing means complicated?
oh, complimented.
Or, sorry, complimented? That's what I meant to say.
Uh, I don't know. Is it a compliment to get come on? I
I
guess.
mean, it's basically saying it's not like a positive complimented. It's saying like you're being so over the top about it. You're basically coming all over them.
Ah,
Yeah.
I like cosmics. It reminds you of a donut glaze
Donut
because you're so sweet
glaze.
and awesome.
You're getting a sugary coat. Uh huh. I don't know how sugary it is. Certainly a coating.
What would be a salt glaze?
A salt
Salt bake?
glaze? You
Yeah,
gotta stop. I'm just gonna. I won't be able to stop unless you stop.
that's what she said.
Hey! Hey! Alright. Move away. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised they're moving away from Trump. That's not surprising. The majority
No,
of
it's the
them are
poll
going
that
to be.
says it's a are you gay, lesbian, transgender, or bisexual? Democrats, Republicans.
Yeah. When I. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. I'm not trying to say that, like. To clarify, I'm not trying to say, like, a large percentage. I'm just saying, when I say a lot, I mean, like, probably a few million people. Not, like, a lot as in, like, a significant percentage. Next weapon. Let's see. Did I press it all? Okay. Nice. Put the 40% on the gays and leave the bisexuals to their choice. You think they're all like log cabin gays? Better society. It should be mandatory for all 18-year-old, maybe 18 to 25, travel outside their home city for a couple months. People being stuck in their hometowns all their lives is killing us. Sure. Gonna get a lot of resistance on that one, though.
Well, I know it'd be expensive. Like I said, if we were in a better society.
Well, not just expensive. Like, this is the reason why people don't want their kids to go to college, like, from those areas, is because they're like, they're gonna corrupt you with their
No, no, that's why they should
liberalism.
absolutely travel. I didn't say travel, to New York or LA or any of these like liberal cities or whatever.
Yeah.
Although it would help them actually seeing people of color for the first time, aside from on their TVs. Um, just saying.
You know, a lot of these states have like a really high black population, right?
I know, which is so weird that that's like the most racist like parts, or at least outwardly.
Yeah. They're going to come back and they're going to be like, well, that
Yeah,
should
they're
tell you something.
segregated.
Um, yeah, to an extent, for sure. It also kind of depends on which state, which area. But yeah, you're probably mostly right about that. Still left
Oh.
over from Jim Crow laws. Not saying there's like laws left, but like the effects of those laws are still like
So
there.
I'm looking up this Butler, Pennsylvania shooter, and he didn't just look at. He wasn't just going for Trump. It looks like he was looking at public appearances for Joe Biden,
Yeah.
Merrick Garland, FBI Director, Princess of Wales,
Yeah. Dude
the
was a
Republican
nut.
National Convention, the Democratic National Convention. So he was just pissed off at everyone.
Yeah, he's a fucking nut. Atlanta is nice. I like Atlanta. I saw Stevie Wonder in Atlanta in 2009. Summer of 2009. I was there when I remember I was there when Michael Jackson died.
I was in summer school. I was in geography class, rewriting
Why?
my.
Why does that take a fucking facepalm? Why did anything I just say deserve a facepalm, Cosmic?
And that might have been me because I'm a nerd and went to summer school. Because I didn't go to summer school because I was behind. Stevie
Who
Wonder
goes to
2009.
see Stevie Wonder in 2009? People who like Stevie Wonder's music. What do you mean? You wouldn't want to go see Stevie Wonder? I met him once as well. It was really nice. I talked to him about that concert. In 2009, I would have gone to see the Strokes. What? You realize you can go to different concerts, right? Like, you don't. It's not like, oh, you only can go to this one concert. This year, that's it. You're done. Like, that's just how it goes. I don't understand this line of thought. This doesn't make any sense. Why would you ever not want to see Stevie Wonder? It's Stevie fucking Wonder. And yeah. Looks like I'm laughing at peace. That's pretty funny. I, yeah, and he was old then too, but I'll tell you, dude, he was still in fucking credible. It was an incredible concert. He was amazing. Like, absolutely, absolutely amazing. And then I met him years later when I was like, in college. I was working at Best Buy, and up in North Hollywood, and he came in looking for headphones, and it was really funny. I was like, walking him around the store and everything, and at one point he like points in the direction he could hear the TVs, and he goes, "Are those the TVs over there?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, well, you don't have to worry about me buying one of those." But I did talk to him about that concert. He remembered the concert. I'm sure he probably like remembers all of them. Elton John, you're only gonna get like one chance probably left to see Elton John. You're gonna have plenty of time to see Ed Sheeran. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. Bon Jovi. Hell yeah. I saw the Rolling Stones a few months ago, and let me tell you something. Mick Jagger was everywhere, all over the stage, and it was fucking amazing. And regardless of that, it's like the last chance you're gonna have to see these people. They may be old, but most of them still got the chops, man. You're underestimating them. What up, Daniel? What's good? Yeah, what happened to all the Gup nicknames? They've kind of fallen away. Yeah. I want to see any movie, TV show, and concert. Zelda, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars. No. For sure. I'm with it. She came off mute for like half a second. Daniel, did you check again to see if that shit was up from Hutch? I think he's still live. Are you sure it's not up? It might just be that he's still live. Oh, what a waste. I just fucked that up. Uh, Fill me in a little bit. What are you talking about? Cosmic?
I don't know who Aaron is.
Let's see. Straighter Aid.
Yeah. There's all this drama that happens within the community, and I never know who anyone is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. So, is what you were talking about, Daniel, is that like at the beginning of this stream? She's a leftist commie tanky. Is this the whole thing, or it seems like it might be from the middle of it? Hmm.
What's happening here?
Wait. It was a combination of factors, like he said.
It was like it was in response to the mass deportations, everything happening in LA with ICE, him mobilizing the
Guys, do we need to talk about 28 days later for an hour? Okay.
National Guard, even though like not getting any input in that, and just like
And then quoting like Napoleon and shit, like so, like, but that kind of event, like, I don't know if you went to a protest, but I did, but like, and I've been to a lot of protests like during the Trump eras, and like, I think like the most important thing, like, I never went to a protest that actually accomplished anything, to be honest with you, like literally, like we did the airport protest, but it didn't come from a bill from Congress.
Yeah,
it was a Supreme Court
sadly, I think this is all about Israel-Palestine. I would much rather see a Hutch-Aaron debate about like Ethan drama, to be honest.
decision that blocked the initial Muslim ban.
Then Israel-Palestine?
admission from you.
The march. Wait, what?
Bro, this guy's a fucking cock.
You said I've been to several protests, but I don't think that you've been to one that you felt like really like meaningfully accomplished something. But if then that's
Wait.
the case, and that's your outlook. on
Casper,
protest,
you
then
are
why not
not
value
a
in the
lefty
Palestine
commie
protest?
Wait,
tanky.
I'm not suggesting that there's no value
Yes,
in
I
the protest.
am.
I'm making the point that those
No, you're not. You are super not a lefty commie tanking.
You don't get to be in charge of how I identify.
Okay. You say so.
I don't
Those
even
kinds
know what
of
a lefty
protests
commie
are about,
tanky
like,
is. I really
kind
don't.
of
You guys have
generally
explained to
building
me
a movement
15
and keeping
times,
your
and I'm
energy up
still
and
like, I
fighting
don't know what
hopelessness
that
and fighting
means.
apathy and these kinds of things. That does not correspond at all with the kind of protests that she's criticizing, which is to say protests that are doomed because the things that they're
I have
demanding
very
are
little
not
hope in
feasible.
capitalism,
That's the difference.
but I
I
know
would
it's
say that-
kind of
No games
needed.
demanding.
I don't think
I don't
unchecked
even know
is
if there were
smart.
specific demands. I mean, like there were.
Yeah,
Unchecked
so
is a whole
that
lot.
already
Still
kind of
valuable
makes you
activism
not a
because you're saying
lefty
it gets people
commie
involved, it
tanky.
keeps them vigilant, and it fights apathy.
But I
and
like
it keeps people,
communism.
Like they're like it helps
You
remind
like
the public and gets
communism?
the attention. What's happening right now?
I do like communism.
Doge, the mass immigration, or the
Why?
Not the whole
program,
thing, not the whole
flagrant,
country
like,
being
violations of the Constitution.
communist.
It's normal. It shouldn't be
I do
tolerated, it should
like
be opposed
some.
and by any means
I like
necessary. And the best means to do that
socialist
is, like, nonviolent and
policies.
peaceful assembly.
Socialism's not
Um,
communism.
Right, and that's like tangible enough that I'm like,
I
it's
know,
worth it, even though like
socialism
again,
is
like it's almost like if somebody
communism.
pitched
Hold
me
on.
no
My
kings
brain's
protest the
fried.
contract, she'd
Hold
be
on.
like, what's that? What's the point of that?
I don't think. Well, but why?
Is it gonna get Trump removed from office? What immediate goal are you gonna get? Nothing. Then don't do it. I don't think
I
she's
gotta
saying that
look
to
up
them.
what.
No.
I don't understand why she has this outlook
I'm
for this
getting
type of
confused
activism.
between communism
There's a
and
difference between
socialism.
going to an event that doesn't
Oh, is
really
this
have
about
like a
CONTRA points?
concrete set of demands or goals, and it's more about just like fighting that hopelessness. There's a big difference between that and then, say, for example, like me showing up and like I'm going to start a protest movement tomorrow, and my goal is going to be to like somehow get the
I like a
country
classless
of Germany to
society.
dismantle itself. Like people are like, what am I doing? There?
Lot.
Like, what am I? Am
I know
am
that'll
fighting-
never happen,
Am I,
but I
am
do
I
like
fighting
it.
hopelessness? Am I doing that? No, I'm fostering hopelessness because
I
I'm
mean, it
setting
could
a goal that's
happen in
never
the
gonna happen.
future.
More than a goal demand.
Can't
It's
happen
never gonna happen.
now.
Or you know, like I'm gonna start a protest movement tomorrow.
We would
where
need
I
it's
think
gonna
that's
be
it.
major
I
stacking
guess
number
I'm
of
not.
people.
I
It's
guess
like,
I'm not.
there's a difference
I
between
guess I'm not a
trying to build a community and
communist.
trying to build a political movement and trying to keep energy up and fight hopelessness, and then turning around. There's a difference between that and saying like I
You
want
are not a
to.
I do
communist.
like a lot of
Well, I
socialist
guess I just think it's
policies.
strange
To be
because like
honest.
you went to a protest and
Maybe
you're
I'm
telling
just
me
fine.
you can't even remember what the point of it was.
No, I I mean, no, I understand what the general point was. But I was
so
starting
bad,
to, like, I
and
don't
I
I
think
mean,
it
I like
was
being
you're
close to a specific
you're
event, or if
like
it was just generally Trump
you
acting like a
probably
king, and I
believe
don't remember if
in
there were any specific
mixed economies, which would make you, based on our conversations, more likely a social democrat.
demands or goals. I know that there was ICE activity in Los Angeles for the No Kings protest that I went to. So there were a lot of people there that were there from like an immigration activist perspective or anti-ICE perspective. But it was peaceful and it was joyful and musical and people were dancing and smiling and blah blah blah. It was just and that wouldn't have
Oh,
happened
that
if
was
the No Kings
close.
protester
Holy
organizers
shit.
Said, okay, we're gonna show up, we're gonna party, we're gonna smile, we're gonna laugh, and we're gonna set as our goal, like, you know, ending the U.S. government.
What if
Then-
they said impeaching Trump?
Uh,
Possible with Congress right now?
That would have been a stupid goal.
Possible with the Senate?
Yeah, that would have been a dumb. Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
And
Like,
would you have shown, so you wouldn't have shown up if that was their goal?
probably not. No. Like, why would I go?
I'm still stuck on. He's like pretending that the goal of Palestine protests is bringing an end to the state of Israel.
Okay,
As if
Daniel
most people
explained it to me.
who are like chanting
And
from
Cosmic
the river to the
explained it to
sea
me. I
have
am
a
not a
developed
commie
enough view
at
on
all.
the whole thing to
No.
even like be conceiving of, like the end of the state of Israel.
Certainly not a
Like, they
tank
even know
either.
what that means. Like they don't, obviously. So
Yeah, I'm
many
not
people
tanky
just
either.
it is
Yeah.
literally
And
just
you
I
don't
wanna be
want
one
they're
of
to,
the-
fucking angry.
and you
at
don't want
how
to,
fucked
and
up
you don't want to
the shit
identify
Israel's
that way
doing.
either.
It literally is just that simple.
Oh no,
That
I'm gonna
is
die.
broad majority of
Fuck!
people, I would imagine, that show up at those protests. This is pretty much the case, I'd say, with like every protest that ever happens. Most people that show up probably don't have like a crazy, any big protest anyway. Obviously, small
I don't
protests
even think I'm a
where it's just like
Democrat.
an
I think
activist group that are
I'm
there or whatever.
further
Obviously,
left
they're gonna
than
have
a
a pretty good
Democrat.
understanding of what exactly they're there for. But whenever you get like a
I
huge,
don't know.
massive
I
people
have
out
to
on the
take one of
streets,
those like political.
Wait, what
huge
did I
amount of
do?
them
Oh,
are not gonna know
I hadn't.
the end
Policy
state,
stance has
the
changed a
goal,
lot.
the exact
I
policy,
didn't give myself time.
position
to-
they want to land on. There's a problem they see in the world. They're really fucking
Tell
mad
me,
about it,
Marcus.
and they're motivated to leave their home and go stand around somewhere for it. I don't think people are showing up at these protests broadly, thinking, "Yeah, we need to go protest to end Israel." No.
What about protests about?
Okay.
Because what would be the point? Are we trying to convince Mike Johnson and Mitch McConnell?
Agitate to draw attention to it.
Agitate Mike
Show people-
I
Johnson
did consider
and Mitch
myself an
McConnell that,
anarchist for a
you know,
while.
Donald Trump should be
Couple-
impeached
for a
like,
few
you know,
years.
To pressure any
When I was
anyone, whether it be
transitioning from the
Republicans or
right to the
Democrats,
left.
sympathetic to the idea that obviously Trump does not care or give a shit about the Constitution. He's not interested in upholding it. And if our elected officials actually gave a shit about that, they would.
I think
be
I was
taking
just
as much
being.
action as
I would
possible
think
in
I was
their
just
own
mad
life,
at being
you know?
lied
And
to like my
inspire
whole
that.
life.
I would think that that's important.
I think it's
About?
fine to be aspirational in your activist movement or your advocacy generally.
I grew up
like,
in
I
the
think
church,
that,
you
you
know.
should envision a future that looks
Yeah.
better than the present
Only
that you're in.
Christians
And
vote
to the extent that you feel like you
Republican,
can make a
blah,
difference, you
blah,
should
you know.
absolutely participate.
Democrats
However,
don't
I'm
like
going
the
to take issue
country,
if
blah,
your
blah,
particular
blah. They
activist
want,
movement
you know,
presents
they
demands
want
that have
communism,
no realistic
they
mechanism
want
in the short run whatsoever.
everyone
if you're saying, like,
to
you know, in the future,
have
I want my
access to your
government to
money.
stop
They
sending so
want
much
to
money
make
to
you
Israel. Okay,
broke
great.
while they get rich or something like that. Give it to the poor people who just use the
Right.
system. Blah, blah, the usual things. And I was just raised in that, and then you know when I left my hometown to LA specifically, or outside of LA, I was like, oh, I've just been lied to my whole life.
Yeah. Well, usually it's good to, like, instead of go completely in the other direction, like, find, you know, a good moderate in-between position that makes sense. At least that's how I see it. But we gotta go through our own process, you know?
Libertarian socialist, isn't that like negate the libertarian part?
Not necessarily. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. God damn it.
How is that not? How does socialist not negate libertarian? I mean that genuinely.
Because, you can be, like, socially libertarian and economically have, like, socialist points of view. Oh no, I'm gonna die. That was stupid. Alright, I need to be smarter about this. I'm not paying attention. Like, there's different kinds of libertarianism. Economic libertarianism, which modern economic libertarianism is kind of close to anarcho-capitalism. But then you also have, like, social libertarianism, which is probably what most of us would ascribe to a certain extent. You know, sort of the, hey, as long as you're not hurting anybody, like, live your life how you want to. You know, if you want to be gay. That kind of shit.
Plot it out, game out. What does that path look like? You got a special election over here coming up. You got the midterms. This is going to be a multi-year project. If you're saying, like, right now, I want arms to stop being sent to Israel, and if you don't do it, I'm not going to vote for you. And right now, I want the end of the state of Israel, and if you can't make that happen, then I'm not going to support your party. This is counterproductive. It leads
I'm
to.
to do that characterization of events, but I clearly disagree with it because to me, the thing that has motivated the most people to be mobilized and speak out for Palestine has been calling for a ceasefire and an end to the genocide. And in some cases, there's been calls for an arms embargo or divestment and stuff like that. And are you going to get all of it? No, but you fight like hell and you try to get what you can.
Yeah,
The
they're.
no protest. I don't think they lose legitimacy if their goal was like.
But no, Aaron, you don't. But Aaron, you don't understand. They're lefties, Aaron.
Pressure any politician that will listen.
I have to hate
bring
them.
forward articles of impeachment to try to impeach Trump. I wouldn't say to them, that's not going to happen. Like, this is fucking stupid and pointless. And it actually would be better if you had 0 demands. I'd be like, no, you should push for that.
Wait,
even though I
who
think
is
that's
this
realistic.
fucking
You should
dude?
do it. You shouldn't only protest for things you think are easy wins.
Okay, let me make the point this way. Okay?
Who
I
is
think I
this
can
guy,
massively
Cosmic?
simplify this, okay?
He sounds like a retard.
What do you think per capita, as like a percentage of the amount of people that showed up to that event? Which event do you think was more energizing in that? Like, which event turned out the most voters in like the next election? The No Kings protest or like the college campuses?
The No Kings is not even a question. They were like some of the largest protests.
All right, then I think that you're acknowledging that one form of protest is more productive than the other.
A lot of white retirees.
I think
Like,
the point that I'm
think
trying.
like a lot of young people were missing.
The one that I went to, there were a lot of like older people there, but there were definitely like probably 30-40% of people were there were like under
Well, I'm not
25.
speaking to the one that you went to. I'm
Okay.
saying in general. I saw a report that it skewed. It was like
Oh,
boomers,
boy.
people that were retired,
Oh,
and mostly
no.
a lot of white
Yeah,
people.
so then
But
he
guess
is a
what? Boomers
retard.
Vote, retirees vote, white people vote, so I'm fine with that.
Okay,
But
then,
it would have been better if it had like it clearly didn't bring out like younger people, and I was hoping that it would. I was hoping that it would bring out more young people. I expected that, and it didn't.
well, at the one in Los Angeles, there was no shortage of young people. I saw them, I interacted with them, and I think you're acknowledging right there that some forms of activism are more effective than other forms, which is my point.
I never denied that.
Well, that's her.
Right,
That's
not.
that's
Okay, retard.
her point.
No, it's not.
I
That's
don't think that's her only point. I think there's more to it than that.
I think that's her point entirely. I think that's her point
Hey, why
entirely.
don't you pull up the essay then?
But I think there's a disconnect here.
Why don't you pull? No, why don't you just pull up the essay? Why don't you just look at it? Is that her only point?
But
You're-
I have praise for different parts of this and criticisms for other parts of it, but you exclusively have praise, and you can't even conceive of what would be a valid criticism.
I'm sorry, losing debates to women is just bad form. It really is. Very bad form.
I haven't heard a compelling argument from you about these points.
Oh,
I
this
just
guy
disagree with you about the
sucks.
points.
That's why I disagree, but I'm saying that like there are to me it's just it is pretty strange to me that you can't see that there's.
Oh no, Daniel wrote a novel.
Like the whole point isn't just to virtue signal and to piss people off, but to actually communicate with people and reach people. Then I think she failed in that, unless her goal was to just demonstrate to everybody, see, these people are crazy, like you can't reason with them. But I do think that there was a way to construct this message so it didn't bring about so much backlash. And there were some people that I felt like were asking her to virtue signal, and that's silly. I think that like it shouldn't have been shorter. If she wanted to, if she could have expanded upon this, I thought it would have been better.
Oh no.
I think that's a valid criticism to me. I guess you don't think that that's a valid criticism, or it's unreasonable. I suppose I don't know.
Well, is there like if you had to pick one point that was kind of general? Like if there was one specific critique about a particular section, or if there's one specific critique that you think I should concede more than the others, like what would it be? Or I'm putting you on the spot there if you have to think about it, but whatever.
Fine, but I said at the very least, if she doesn't like the type of activism that's going on right now, and she wants to make it clear this is not to dissuade people from protesting, this is not to dissuade people from speaking out. I'm just saying.
A lot of
be more
words,
strategic in
Daniel,
how you
but
do
I
it, be more
promise you I'm
pragmatic,
trying to
and I think
read
she
them.
should have gone in detail into how you do that. Better messaging, ways that are more.
It's just like it's just so telling. It's so telling. You can tell from the response to the statement like exactly what's going on. The people's ContraPoint's little essay is like. It's like this soft.
Yeah, it's
kind of
like the property.
Honestly, I think everything's terrible. I think
China,
the Palestinians need to be free.
they have
But these
property
lefties are so
where
insane.
like
And,
you can
Israel's
buy
been under
it.
attack for
Like
so
say
long.
you buy a house, but you only have it
And
for
then
like
every time
70
someone
years,
makes a statement like this,
and then
you
it
see
goes
the
back to
people's
the
point. It's like
government.
Ethan and Hutch.
And
So
so
people
someone
were
else has
pro-Israel.
to
They
buy
always
it. Like
pro-Israel.
it's
Sorry,
not
I'm saying
like
Ethan says
generational. You
genocide
can't like
bad.
give it to your kids or whatever.
But every part of his position, every
That's
prescription
the
given
that's
is
the
obviously
most
pro-Israel.
like I can think
And they were like
of.
foaming at the mouth over the Iran preemptive strike.
Like the easiest one I can really like comprehend.
And it's so obvious. Like, Hutch, there's a reason why. Like, why do they do this bullshit game where they're just fucking lying to people? Hutch, you are pro-Israel through and through. Why are you pretending that this statement is like really good and you really agree with it? And like, oh, the pro-Palestinian cause really needs to hear this. Bro, you are firmly pro-Israel.
Oh my God, you're such a
This
cuck,
statement is
dude.
claiming to be from someone who is ostensibly pro-Palestine, claiming to be pro-Palestine, basically. There's a reason why you agree with it, and everyone on the other side disagrees with it.
More effective ways, like it redirected people to whatever resource that she donated to. She like a lot of people. There were like the statement on Twitter had like 25 million views. Could you imagine if she had like shouted out some charities or organizations for people to look into that she felt are good advocates for Palestinians? Like that could have made a big difference to me.
I've never found that argument very persuasive because there's literally 1,000 causes that we could place these similar demands on. So every time she posts, she should link to this or that cause. I just don't think that's a very strong.
That's how you put me on the spot, and I'm saying here's an example of something that could have been more positive.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ethan will say it's a genocide. Ethan's like, yeah, it's a genocide, but I don't think any non-state actors should ever take radical action in an attempt to stop it. Yeah, it's a genocide, but I think you should just do nothing. Oh, wow, okay, thank you, Ethan. Very cool.
I don't think if she's not intending to just make people be inflammatory and make people pissed off and to demonstrate like, see, these people are crazy, and she actually wanted it to be somewhat productive, then I think that would be good. Like here's an example. In I think 2020, all of Concha's videos are these like long cinematic masterpieces. I've watched almost all of her videos. I've watched all of the content, the majority of the content that she's even since removed from YouTube. Unfortunately, that was very good content. I've been a Contra fan for a long time, and in 2020 she made a short video called Voting, just 20 minutes, and she made substantive criticisms of the online left. She steel-manned their arguments.
Yeah, it's a genocide, but personally, I think it's important to long-lasting peace that there is both safe borders for Israel and Palestinian self-determination. Okay.
she showed people how to vote, and she directed them, here's how you register to vote, here's where you can, like here's how you find your precinct and what you need to do so you can be ready to go vote. And to me, I was like, this is perfect, because it was short, it was to the point, she didn't strawman anybody, she tried to critically engage with what her opposition was.
ContraPoints criticizes the pro-Palestine side for not saving any Palestinians, but how is Contra's right-winger de-radicalization project gone? What is a single thing Contra has ever accomplished politically? Well, you don't. She hung out with Hillary Clinton, Deep. You know about that. She hung out with Hillary Clinton, Deep. You don't understand. That means she's really important and effective.
Woo!
Was saying she tried to reach them by making persuasive arguments that she thought could resonate with the people that she's trying to reach, and then she directed them to put their energy towards like a call to action that was productive, which was here's how you register to vote. So vote. She didn't just end it on here's all the criticisms that I have. I personally haven't done too much, but I definitely don't like what you're doing. Peace. You know, which I think is the takeaway from the people that needed to hear it the most, according to ContraPoints.
Well, I think like a necessary, like a really crucial element of her post was this feeling of hopelessness about the situation. And so I think she was communicating pretty explicitly that she didn't really see like a lot of room to do anything
Damn, that
in
was
the
close.
immediate. And I think that's a valid perspective. Like, I think like this is like the major sticking point. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong, but like
it is very funny. Like, think about that. People like ContraPoints or Destiny, who claimed for years their big project was right-winger de-radicalization, talking about other people being politically ineffective, as if they ever made any significant fucking dent in right-winger radicalization, as if like fucking young males didn't slide insanely over to the right in the last election, after years of so many of them doing this shit.
If you try to tell any activist group that what they're doing is just never in 1,000, well, I shouldn't say that, but like never in the next year gonna happen, it's just gonna piss people off. And so like, I can understand like if that's how she felt at the time and that's how she feels now, and she feels bitter about how the election went, and she feels like this particular movement helped to contribute the second ascension of Donald Trump, then I think it's a valid criticism. And I think it gets to a larger issue. Like I think I'm on the same page with Contra about like most things, and I have been for fucking years. I remember that video on voting that she did, and she's been sort of ringing the same bell that I've been trying to ring for several years now with my platform. I think there's a problem right now with like leftist online space. I don't think it's a small problem. I don't think they're like small beans. I think they've had an outsized voice in the discourse for quite some time now.
God damn.
Now is the time to like undermine these what I would call bad positions that they take. I think now is the time to like speak up and like not let these people dominate the discussion with very little pushback. It felt like for years there was only like a couple people that were like Destiny was aggressively attacking some of these positions, and like maybe like one or two other people, and then the rest of the time these people just like drown out everything else. And I do think there's value in showing people that these creators and their ideology is just thoroughly misguided. I'm not talking about communism.
Well, because Daniel, they don't actually care what Palestinians or Israelis or anybody want. They have their idea of how the world should be, and if you don't agree with that, you're a genocider. Or, right, a Muslim who doesn't know what they actually want.
I'm talking about like their electoral strategy. Their lack of an emphasis or a lack of appreciation for the importance of meaningfully engaging.
Electoral strategy, because these people are so disillusioned that they even question whether or not it's a good idea to participate in elections at all.
And how much of that do you think comes from their media diet? Do you think their media diet? But do you think their media diet maybe like influences that?
It does influence it, but I don't think it's the only thing, because hold on.
Okay. All right, sorry.
I
got Atlanta.
Hold on. When I look at Kamala Harris's losses, I think we all remember that map of the United States with all the arrows go red, showing like all the different areas that ended up swinging more Republican, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That image.
Yeah.
Like the reason why, like there were some people that their initial thing was like, oh, the country's moved further right, but then as the more results came in, I saw that it was like, oh no, they just stayed home. So it wasn't just that the electorate moved right. It gives that impression because like more Republicans voted than Democrats, but like over 10 million voters stayed home. So clearly this is not just relegated to like online politics. Like people that have never never even had like a Twitter account, they barely use Instagram, they don't use Facebook, clearly sat this election out, and so they have a lot of like issues. To
I feel like I'm just saying, I'm actually. Has it not been obvious? Have the takeaways from the election not been obvious since like a month after it happened? I don't understand how people still end up every debate I hear about American politics between two Dems. They always end up back on this point where it's like, why did we lose last election? It's like, well, first of all, because they hid Biden's mental state. Second of all, because Kamala only ran like half of a campaign. And then, obviously ignoring any political realities like the state of the economy and stuff like that obviously contributed towards Trump getting more of the vote. There was no like a significant positive message, right?
You mean like the most important fucking point of the whole discussion? The state of the economy? The thing that historically, time and again, time after time after time after time, has been an indicator for how people are going to vote in an election?
We're not going back like that shit.
We're just gonna ignore that because it's, you know.
I know that. So they have a lot of issues, and I don't think it's exclusively just about.
Oh my God.
Entirely, you know?
You're fucking kidding me, right?
The Democratic Party has, because they've lost even like voters that used to show up for them and some normies.
I don't know how to quantify like it's this percentage media diet and this percentage, you know, just the current climate. Like I don't know how to quantify that. All I would say is I don't think it's a small problem. So like
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by the positive message thing. Is that that's the energizing people to go out and vote, right? That I feel like when it's just a reaction to the other side, and you're just saying, like, oh, we're not going back. It's like, that's not very exciting. That only takes you so far. And then when they're completely... And it's kind of the issue in the UK as well right now, to be honest. Just like the left-leaning party being totally unwilling to take any risk. So the other side is going absolutely insane. They're trying to moderate in response, but it just makes you end up looking like weak and worthless.
Young person who maybe, and I'm sure you agree that social media algorithms propel the most sensational, outrageous things to the top because they generate the most discussion. And I think this inherently benefits the fringes on both sides. So we see the most unhinged MAGA takes right next to the most unhinged Z squirrel take in the For You tab because these people generate these like the most discussion. And what I don't want to see is like, I'm mostly speaking to young people. I think this is an issue of like under like 30, you know, what I want to try to push back against is like, I think that Contra is a valuable voice to counter program people like, you know, Mike from PA who says he's going to vote for Kamala if she picks Tim Walz, and then she picks Tim Walz and he says, fuck you, never mind. They did.
I'm not gonna be
Yeah, there are many such cases.
Why would we pay attention to anything fucking Mike from PA says? Dude is an absolute terrible person in like every single possible way.
That recognize the importance and the necessity of engaging in electoral politics meaningfully. And so if you're a communist and you agree, or if you're a libertarian and you agree, or a never Trump Republican or a normie lib, and you agree that the Republican Party is uniquely dangerous, and number two, we have to use our vote to like meaningfully oppose these people. We cannot let them win. As long as
that was rough.
I think you align with like me and Contra on this issue.
Well, I definitely agree with well, that's why I was disappointed with this response because I know
my friend
how
Contra.
persuasive and
Me and my
how
close friend
Contra
Contra
is, because I've consumed her videos for a long time and I just felt that this was not the best argument that she could have made, nor was it far from the most persuasive, clearly, because like you acknowledge and like I'm saying, the people that she needed to reach the most
like nuts. It's like Jaden Animation's video.
Doing that and bridging a divide between herself and people that clearly disagree on a lot, and I use the voting video as the case study to demonstrate that. So I never argued she should not criticize these people. I'm saying that if you're going to make the criticism and you want it to land and you want it to not just be a virtue signal to other people or
is Mike below 1K now? Didn't Mike used to get like 1 to 3K on Twitch?
Off that way, and you want it to be persuasive and reach some people, then I don't know. I don't think that this is the message to do it.
I don't think it's a good idea to judge the effectiveness of this post based on the consensus from like leftist content creators. So they're all doing this thing where like
her post is nothing but a judgment of those creators.
No, that's not the point though. Like I don't think we should judge the how effective the post was, because like I watched both Hassan and Vosh's reaction to this post, and both of them were like, I don't know why she did this. Everyone's gonna laugh at her, and I thought that was the most telling part because I was like, what a wildly narcissistic. Like of course you guys are gonna mock this. She fully expected that to happen, but I'll bet you anything. I will bet you anything. The Contra gets dozens and hundreds of emails all the time about like thanking her for pulling them back from the lefty fringe.
Yeah, and an email saying like, hey, we've got a really exciting opportunity coming up. We've got some money available, some grants available for people that are willing to make content fighting anti-Semitism. I'm sure she's got plenty.
Do people take this fucking idiot seriously? He legitimately, he just said in response to Hutch saying, I'm sure there's a lot of people who thank her for pulling them away from this, and your response was, oh, well, obviously she's just getting paid to do it. Like, are you a retard, bro?
Emails like that.
I would bet so much money. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that that post was not effective. I'll bet you anything she made a persuasive argument and brought some people back from the fringes. I won't make a bet because I'm trying to.
Then imagine if she used her platform to bring awareness to the genocide. I think that's what people are thinking, because they know that her platform has been an effective way to de-radicalize people and to bring attention and to persuade people in favor of social causes, like being in support of anti-racist causes or being in support of trans rights, to people that were not only skeptical but like actively hostile to these ideas. And yet,
yeah, dude, absolutely, that's a perfect descriptor.
Speak up on a very, very critical and important issue that she even acknowledges.
He is like Salacious Crumb.
The genocide, then
oh, that was dumb.
I think she probably saw what happened to every other content creator or prominent individual who didn't take a one-state solution and decided, nope, fuck that.
He's just sitting there on the sideline. Justical goes, well, she got paid money, Wakapuchi. And then he sits on the sideline going, ah!
Sure. I think she probably saw like what they did to Ethan, and she probably...
What they did to Ethan. Dude, it's just so gay and retarded.
Probably...
You said nothing! You've said nothing this whole time, you fucking brainlet! Oh, man. Why did it have to be this guy? Why did I have to watch... Why is this the guy who has the video of them talking? Fuck me.
I don't want to deal with that stress. Would you want to deal with that? I don't want to deal with that.
From, then fuck that, because I think it's cowardly and it's not indicative of where her
Wakanuchi solo.
What they saw what they did to Ethan. What are they doing to Hassan right now? Hello? Like this absolute delusion, this total like contagious victim mindset, this fucking low IQ NPC cattle dumb fuck Hutch just picked up. where it's like, oh, you centrist libs who just don't believe in Israel
Why
being
can I-
exploded
what?
right now. Just so
I'm
mistreated.
sorry, I can blame Soy Hutch for this retard being a retard? Explain to me, Cosmic, that line of logic. Yeah. But sorry, I'm not. Blame Soy Hutch for what though? For not like saving the VOD? Okay. I still don't see how it's Hutch's fault that it was this particular retard who's restreaming it.
We're just always so mistreated. So you go and look at Ethan's statements. If you're supporting terrorists, you should have your family shot, killed, and burned in front of you. Whoa, Ethan, whoa. You go look at what Ethan's up to right now. Yeah, this Hassan guy's got to be deplatformed from Twitch. Is there anything I can do to get this guy put in prison? Can I get this guy put in prison? What's this guy's mod's name? What's their address? Yeah, what they did to Ethan, right?
Reach. She's always been the person that she wanted to reach. I thought the people that were unreachable are fence sitters. You know, like always willing to actually go there and engage directly with those people and their arguments. She's made arguments trying to debunk race realists. She's made arguments to gender critical people, aka trans, like TERFs and transphobic people. She's made arguments to people that were like skeptical of BLM, like reaching out to people like how to like de-radicalize like Nazis and stuff like that. Those are people that are like should be that's like far more harder to reach than people that are pro-Palestine, in my opinion. And if she could do that, then why couldn't she do it for Palestine?
It's not. So again, it's not pro-Palestine. It's leftist pro-Palestine.
God
We're doing the specific things
damn.
we're talking about. But like, I'm not going to judge anyone for not wanting to deal with this particular crowd. This is purely anecdotal. I can't speak for anyone else's experiences, and I'm not even necessarily saying that you should extrapolate from this. But I've been doing like internet, social media stuff for 16 years. I've
Yeah, the ContraPoints
swam
post does seem, I haven't read the whole thing, I literally skimmed it. From what I could see, it did seem like a good pro-Israel statement. Yeah. But I think people need to start admitting that. We need to stop saying, oh no, the pro-Palestine people need to re-listen to this. No, you like this because you're pro-Israel. You like this because it's shitting on the Palestine movement. You don't like them. You don't agree with what they want. And that's why you like the statement. You don't like the statement because, oh, it's actually really good advice for my fellow libs and lefties. No, you disagree with them on this issue. And you're glad someone's shitting on them.
toxic gaming spaces. Like there's
God,
certain
this
fandoms that
is
are
such,
super
like,
toxic, like Call of Duty. I covered Trump extensively. during his
First
first
grade
term, so I
level
interacted with a lot of MAGA
analysis
people,
from this
and I can tell you,
idiot.
I have never dealt with anything as vitriolic as what I've dealt with in the last year and a half interacting with these people and their communities. It is.
Yeah, she was trying to make an attempt to be like, yo, this is not helping. You don't look good. You look crazy. It's not helping the movement. And the lefties went, well, fuck you. Clearly you shouldn't be here. Proving exactly the points that she was trying to make. But, like, go figure. What did you think was going to fucking happen?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Victoria?
Not much. What's going on?
We're watching a debate between Hutch and who's this idiot? I don't remember her name. And we're rewatching it because Hutch didn't leave his VOD up, so we're rewatching it through this other guy's stream, and this guy is an absolute moron. Straighterade, that's right. Yeah, I'm just, getting a little triggered here and there. What you been up to?
Oh, not much. I've just been busy with work and some stuff. I'm just reheating some stuff to make tacos.
Nice. I've been making quesadillas a lot lately.
Very nice.
Yeah, I made one with venison yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I haven't had venison in a while.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Just ground venison. Works well for a quesadilla.
Mhm.
Nice lean
No
meat.
complaints.
Nice lean meat, Good for ya. Or better for you, I guess.
Venison?
Am I a Huberman fanboy. Not necessarily. I've seen like a couple of his things, and a couple of the
Ooh,
things
did
I
you
saw
mean
were alright.
Huberman?
Huberman? Yeah. That's
Ugh.
right. Huberman.
Ugh. Ugh. That dude.
Oh no. I made a bad choice. I made a bad choice. Shit. I wasn't thinking. Is that where you got the venison stuff? No. Do people not know that venison is like a leaner meat than other meats? It's just better for you than like cow
I don't
meat.
know. I mean, yeah, I guess by that measure, like if you're comparing to like just standard like ground
Just
beef
lower.
at like
Yeah, just
85
like
or
lower.
92.
Yeah, lower fat content in general, I think. And it's tasty. My grandfather in Wisconsin made up fresh venison sausage and steak. It was amazing. It's not commonly available, and he was selling it on his podcast. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've had it before. You know. Where do I get my venison? Like, the grocery store?
Yeah, see, I would only do the butcher for that, or if I'm like hunting, but I don't. I do like the program for archery, like Hunters for the Hungry, which is like homeless shelters and stuff like that, and I don't really have the
Oh.
setup to do my own shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, it came in like a package.
But you can
like
buy them from
other,
high end like grocery
like other
stores.
ground beef.
I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
about
yeah.
regular shit.
We have like Whole Foods and shit out here.
Hmm.
Daniel says his grandfather and uncle hunted it.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. Daniel, how dare you hunt venison when there's a genocide going on? It's not available in groceries in Massachusetts. You gotta hit up a butcher or kill it in Maine. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it's Maine, like that's
Yeah.
easy peasy. Besides, everybody should know how to do it.
Everyone fucking hunts in Maine, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
Doesn't
but
everybody
it's
have like
very
a gun
rural.
in Maine?
Yeah, you'll hear like the statistic, like 4 guns every person.
Yeah.
Yeah, hunting's big up there. I mean, it's big in a lot of places. I mean, here in this area, obviously, that's why I'm in the archery. Like, it doesn't make sense, but we have deer management, deer population issues here, obviously, conservation and things like that.
Okay, Katniss. With your archery. No, it's cool. I'm saying that because I can't arch or arch. What would you say? How would you say that?
Archery?
Well, if I would say like I can't. What?
Bow hunt?
Oh, okay. There's not like a version of the word archery for that.
I don't know if you're talking to me or the chat,
talking to
but
you.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Like, there's a version of what word for archery?
Well,
Hunting?
Yeah, like I wouldn't say like I can't arch, right? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not a bow hunter, that's all.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's usually just firearm. It's either firearm or, bow hunting, so... I mean, I guess there's trappers.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm also pretty late. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, there probably is, and I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, but I feel like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, what word would it be, even? I don't know.
I mean, you don't say, like, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it in that context. I haven't actually been a part of the program in a few years now, so I'm a little bit rusty, but yeah, I don't know. My archery skills, I guess.
I haven't done archery
bow
since I was
skills.
like a kid at like summer camp.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, archery, obviously, so they have, like, programs here, so that allows me to be, like, within proximity, like, to suburbia. So like, what? Because we have all these like parks and stuff here, but
Interestingly enough, the summer camps where I did archery were in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, probably like either like Hemlock or Pohick.
I don't even remember, to be honest with you.
It's probably like Hemlock or Pohick for that kind of stuff, but yeah. I dated this guy like I don't know, when was it? When was...
Daniel just said both BRB and AFK. I feel like we knew that from just one of them, buddy. Like, BRB kind of means you're AFK. No.
I don't know, well, short-circuited maybe.
You can be BRB while at your PC. Does it really? Did we? I mean, like, do we need that though? Do we need both of them? The point of it is, I'm not here, right? The point of it is, I can't talk and I won't be reading the messages. It's the same outcome. Listen, I am an outcome based person, okay? So I focus on outcomes. Oh boy. Perhaps we have a shared love for pedantry. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can you guys certainly both can be very pedantic.
Hello. Hey.
Who are you talking to? Devil's in the details, Jordan. I feel that is the case when the details are necessary. And saying you are AFK or BRB.
Are you
sort
still
of amounts
stuck
to the
on
same
him
outcome.
just being redundant?
Yes. I'm having an autism moment.
What is it, Lytic? He's supposed to be intelligent, allegedly, or at least he
is
tries
intelligent.
to seem like it. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't even know if he's real. Okay, it could be a bot. I'm just joking, Daniel. He's just a little snarky.
And then I blacked out. Okay, that's fine. You realize your analysis of BRB and AFK was based on your own interpretation of what you felt was important, and therefore kind of falls under the same interpretation. If the communicated message is the same,
Jordan, you're doing the thing where you're having like you're in a useless loop. So stop.
I'm talking to chat. They're talking to me.
And you're not saying anything. You're doing the ADD autism thing.
Yeah, I know, but he's triggering my autism.
More retarded. You're making yourself more retarded right now.
I am. I'm committed.
I'm trying to help, buddy. You know. Yay, neurodivergence.
Yeah, but it's effectively the same thing, Casper. The end result is the same. Yes, the end result is the same, which is I am not talking for a period of time.
The end result is the same doesn't mean it's the same thing.
Why would you say both?
Be right back. I'm AFK. It can mean BRB can mean both things. BRB
wouldn't AFK literally mean the same thing? Wouldn't it?
AFK means I'm away from keyboard.
Wouldn't it accomplish the same outcome?
AFK also isn't time sensitive, right? That could be for any amount of time. Whereas
BRB is not necessarily.
You'll be right back.
Yeah, but it's not. Doesn't necessarily imply that.
BRB
Just means
can
I'm
ap-
stepping
can
away.
apply that you'll be right back from chat and then come back. You could be on the PC. AFK assumes that you're away from your PC or your chat completely. So no, they're not the same thing.
Yeah, again, outcome is the same. To say
Okay,
you've
but,
lost
like-
access to the keyboard, but will be
Okay.
back in a bit. Okay, why not then I will be back in a bit? How is that not the same outcome? That is not what I said.
That's literally what you just said. It's the same
I said
thing.
in
It's the
this
same outcome.
particular case.
Oh, you never said in this particular.
Oh
Don't
my
be putting
God.
words.
No, you are
words.
putting
You're gonna-
words. You are literally putting words. That's what's
You're gonna
happening
go-
right
you're
now.
gonna go- I'm going to lose
Oh,
my
you're
voice.
trying to piss me off.
Oh, I can
Yes.
piss you off right now.
I know you can.
Israel. Israelis charge smear campaign deny violations in sales of U.S. arms. Man, it's great. Every time I go through my mom's stuff, it's Israel, Israel, Israel. This is dated March 16th, 1992. It feels like history just keeps repeating itself. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Netanyahu never goes away. All right, I'm done.
Okay.
You done talking about AFK BRB?
Now I want to talk about it more.
Right on.
Actually, no. I want to get back to this.
This guy's
So
such a
much
retarded loser,
worse.
man. Oh my god. They're so mean to me. They're so mean to me. They're so mean to me. CPCA, I shouldn't have mocked you, man. I shouldn't have mocked you. Look at this. French court rules that all Palestinians in Gaza are eligible for asylum in France. 2 million Palestinians won't stay in France. They'll be on dinghies heading to the UK. We need to declare a national and border emergency now and stop all boats entering our waters before Britain becomes Gaza. Not the fucking Palestinians, no.
But none of those things are going to happen.
Being angry is not a virtue, though. Like, being angry doesn't mean that you get to.
It's a virtue. I'm just saying that you know why they are. Why are they angry, Hedge?
I think they're angry because they see people suffering and they feel powerless to stop it.
And not just that, but it's a genocide. So I'm angry too, and I'm angry that like the United States is complicit in that, and my tax dollars go to it, and it like keeps me up at night. You know.
Being angry doesn't
They're-
justify calling CPS on someone and mailing a human skull.
Hey, Cosmic! Let's go. Dubs and applause for Cosmic in chat for 4 months. Fucking pro. Let's go. That's true. We get to celebrate it. Congrats, buddy. Let's see. When is the next badge? Next badge is at 6 months. So you're not going to have your phone with you, Casper? On principle? I don't like redundant language. And I don't care if I'm tisming out. A carrot cake.
Her post is literally talking about how bitter she feels, how black-pilled she feels effectively, right? And expanding on that, and then
Sorry,
just kind of
wait.
leaving.
Oh, yeah, I missed
Virtue.
it.
I'm just saying that you know why they are. Why are they angry, Hedge?
I think they're angry because they see people suffering and they feel powerless to stop it.
And not just that, but it's a genocide. So I'm angry too, and I'm angry that like the United States is complicit in that, and my tax dollars go to it, and it like keeps me up at night. You know.
Being angry
And
doesn't
they're-
justify calling
It
CPS on
keeps
someone.
you up at night? Bro, you're so full of shit.
Oh my god. He is a caricature of the most retarded Ethan defender you could possibly imagine.
And I'm angry that like the United States is complicit.
Dude, how can you be calling other people caricatures when you literally have said not a single thing of substance this entire time? All you've done is fucking popcorn commentary. You haven't said anything of substance, just that guy's retard, that guy's retard, oh, that guy's retard, Ethan this, fucking genocide that. You've literally said not a single point of substance this whole time.
And my tax
So I'm really angry about this genocide that's happening. Where the
Buzzword,
people are getting, like,
buzzword, look at my
their homes
buzzwords.
are being, like,
Exactly.
bombed to fuck. Their entire like little country that they were kind of given, but not really. Is being like completely absolutely raped day in, day out. Their hospitals disproportionately bombed.
Ah, look, he finally tried to make a point, and it was still completely general.
This American millionaire had a social worker shop at his door. Aaron, I don't think you understand.
Just go to it, and it like keeps me up at night, you know.
Being angry doesn't justify calling.
Bro, there's no shot. There's no shot. Look at like how she lives with all the nice little things she's got in the background that she clearly spent a lot of money. There is no shot in hell that she's being kept up at night by this shit, other than the fact that she's doom scrolling on her phone. Like, she's not tossing and turning because of this. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Yes, on someone and mailing a human skull. Fucking insane. But that's what I'm talking about.
But I'm talking. Okay, but her post is literally talking about how bitter she feels, how black-pilled she feels.
Hey, nigga the star, man. What's up, buddy? Welcome. How you been?
Ending on that, and then just kind of leaving it there, and then everybody's surprised. Like the people that support her, like her statement, are like, "Why do people like have such a negative view of this?" And it's like, because she's talking about, she has a fatalistic view of this issue. She thinks it like cannot be changed.
Make sure you give dubs up to Cosmic, who has now been subscribed for 4 months. Like a boss. We are lefty slopping tonight. We are having fun. And because Hutch didn't leave a VOD up, we have to watch it with... What the fuck is this guy's name again? I don't know, but he sucks. He sucks. I know, I'm not even listening too much to what Hutch is saying. I'm just arguing with what she's saying because she's making terrible points.
She basically sees it as this like unchanging law of nature.
No, she said it can't be changed. She said it can't be changed on an immediate timeline. It has to be. It's going to be if it's going to succeed, it's going to take years, is what she's saying, and she's correct.
So right, then like to me, I draw the opposite conclusion. If something takes
The
years.
problem is, like, it seems like he's coming from an approach of, like, granting a lot of what Contra was saying, which, like, some of it is fine, some of it is realistic, but then some of it isn't, and I feel like he's just saying, yeah, I have to agree with all of it. And no, you don't. Some of the stuff she said just wasn't true. But, like, what he should be doing is he should be pointing out exactly the things that she was outlining about how lefties isolate themselves in their political positions by the way they act, by the way they treat other groups of people, and pushing her on that. But he's not. He's just letting her say whatever the fuck she wants.
And it's been years since this happened. October 7th has almost been 2 years since it happened. Then, you know, it's like that saying, the best time to plant a tree was 100 years ago, the next best time is today. That's how I see it, that if you know it takes years, then we better get started right now. You better start helping, like trying to push people and start persuading people right now because it's urgent.
Well, did we get closer or further away from this? Well, I mean, we'd have to unpack the
The
goal.
Are angry about the genocide, and she is bitter about their response to the genocide. I see anger from all parties here.
I think she's bitter at people that swam in that rage with no effective political outlet and then became so jaded that they, in some small part, helped Donald Trump win. I think that's...
Ugh. Why are you couching? Why are you hedging? Everything. Be honest. Be strong about it, Hutch. You're making a good point here, but you're being very tippy-toe about it. Like, just come out and say it and be like, no. What she's saying is that, look, I agree with all of these points that people make about the genocide, right? But if we're actually going, if we, from our perspective, are actually going to be able to do anything about it and affect any change, then we're going to have to adjust the way that we appeal ourselves to other people. Plain and fucking simple. Now, I may not agree with all of her points vis-a-vis the genocide and all of that stuff, but that message is absolutely fucking right. And they shoot themselves in the foot every single fucking time with the rhetoric, with the crazy purity testing. Where it's like, if you deviate even a little bit from that perspective, like, the fury of leftist anger all comes down on you. They just push everybody away.
She's upset about. And I think like Donald Trump winning had a direct impact on her life and everybody else's life who now has to have every other trans person in this country who now has to, they're forced to endure the humiliation of having a fucking passport.
Yeah. that's another crazy thing. Is it's like, from certain perspectives, their insistence on, oh, I'm going to vote for this person, but I'm also going to spend all of this time speaking out against them, like, in a lot of ways will directly push against the things that they actually advocate for, like Gaza, right? Because we look at Trump and how he's done things in Gaza, it's obviously way crazier than the way Biden or Kamala would have done it. If we look at trans people, I mean, it speaks for itself. So, I don't know how many times tonight I'm going to say shooting themselves in the foot, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. Hey, Oxy, how's it going? Welcome.
Gender identity that is not congruent with their identity. Like, and that's a kind of like a superficial thing, but it's humiliating. And now we're seeing.
Yeah, this is the real issue.
To me, it's people's lives. Like, I take all of that very, very seriously. It's not just a passport. Like you're saying, they intentionally went out of their way to be cruel to a group of people in this country that's already a vulnerable minority to begin with. I understand that. Like,
I'm saying I think she has a right to be upset, and I think she has a right to criticize people that she thinks contributed to that setting.
Well, the same way you understand that people have a right to be upset about the genocide, but then that doesn't mean that doesn't give you license or the excuse to just do and say whatever the fuck you want and be completely irresponsible with your rhetoric or not be productive. You should try to channel that anger into something productive.
Yeah.
I think the same way that she has bitterness and angriness towards.
So then what are you arguing for? If you understand her point, why are you... If she understands the point she was making, and it seems like she agrees with it, then what the fuck is she talking about? Or at least from just that last statement. Because before that, she was still arguing against everything. She was defending that position anyway. Yeah, the whole thing is about being productive. You know, that word Hassan uses all the fucking time, but apparently doesn't know what it means because he never is actually productive.
both the genocide and the reaction to it online, then she should try to take her own advice and channel it into something productive.
Well, I think for creators...
More productive than this, because again, I just think, I agree with you that it's always going to be hard to assess how productive a message was, because like, I am going off of like, I'm just checking the dipstick and seeing how people reacted to it, and clearly a lot of people did not like it. And so I'm taking that to mean like, again, it didn't land with the people that it needed to, so I think it failed.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people on the far left didn't like it because they cannot accept any criticism of the movement, because in their mind, the movement is so just and so morally correct that any criticism of it is tantamount to, like, supporting genocide. Which is fucking nuts.
Messaging.
I don't think she was trying to make this land for, like, the needle drop and Hassan and Mike. Like, I think she knew that they were going to react the way that they did. It wasn't for them. It was for the... Maybe she was trying to...
So it wasn't for the pro-Palestine people, so who was it for, Hutch?
Yeah, that's kind of stupid, Hutch. It obviously was for the pro-Palestine people.
If all the pro-Palestine people hated it...
Look at that, me and this fucking retard agreed on something.
And the pro-Israel people, you, Ethan, Destiny, loved it. Who do we think the statement was actually for?
Oh, no, wait, never mind. No, we didn't. He actually thought it wasn't for the pro-Palestine people. He's such a fucking idiot, this guy. Who is this guy? Oh, my goodness.
In the future. And the other thing is, like, I don't think we should consider...
Neighbor Rooney!
You know,
what up?
Better-known celebrities. These are not superheroes. These are human beings, and I have at various times felt totally bleak and black about various topics, and during those times...
Wagwan, brother!
Because it just makes me sad. And
we're watching Hutch and Straiterade and this fucking idiot. And, she's been dumb most of the time, although the last thing she said was... Seems like she understands at least some of the issue. Literally every single thing out of this Queeman, I think is how you say it, his mouth has been absolute retard slop. Like, I'm surprised this guy is actually able to live day to day with how fucked his brain is. And then Hutch has generally got the right idea, but he's like soft as tofu. And so he's letting her walk all over him. He's not giving any real pushback.
I don't think we should expect that someone like her is just going to always, use her platform in the way that you want her to.
All hail Melania.
Try to inspire hope, because sometimes...
The way that I want her to is...
Listen, we're giving Melania the super soldier serum, okay? It's gonna change her for the better. For all of America.
not even like a video. It's like I want it to be consistent with her videos in the past, because if we're doing this, like if the scoreboard is like what tangible wins can you show, her platform has been dedicated to de-radicalizing like the alt-right, to de-radicalizing right-wing reactionary young men. Well, look at who's in charge, ContraPoints. Like look at like Trump is in charge and the Republicans got the Senate and they got the Congress. So imagine if I looked at her.
Yeah, I just opened Twitter and I'm seeing the new Psylocke skin. Dude, they're crazy. Dude, that is crazy.
I said your work doesn't mean anything because you said you were trying to end like oppose fascism and racism and online radicalization. And look, like Trump's in power, it didn't work. And then
This must mean we're getting the magic one, right? We've got to get the magic one.
True, Oxy.
Surely. Right? Yes, it's her in a bikini. We must be getting the magic skin. They put this shit in.
Oh my god.
is in part because of alternative media. So you failed to like I would never like make that assessment of her content or say it was useless because of that.
Well, hers is a project that.
Look at like Trump is in charge and the Republicans got the Senate and they got the Congress. So imagine if I looked at her and I said your work doesn't mean anything because you said you were trying to end like oppose fascism and racism and online radicalization. And look, like Trump's in power, it didn't work. And then they also say that his win is in part because of alternative media. So you failed to like I would never like make that assessment of her content or say it was useless because of that.
Well,
everything you were saying there made sense. Like, everything you just said made sense. And then you were just like, I would never say that. I would never do that. Why? It didn't achieve anything. It didn't accomplish anything. It pushed it in the other direction. Why wouldn't you push back on that kind of rhetoric? If it's not accomplishing what it wants to accomplish, why are you going to sit there and be like, oh, no, I would never say that? You're not actually helping. You're encouraging people to engage in bad behavior that pushes your movement backwards, that pushes our movement. And they're going to be, look, I may be more towards the center, but there are still a lot of things that far lefties and moderate Democrats do agree on. And you're making it worse for all of us. And instead of like owning up to the mistakes and being like, you know what, maybe we should try to adapt our messaging to be a little bit more understanding so we can talk to people who disagree with us instead of completely eschewing any opportunity to have those conversations, you might be able to move your points of view forward a little bit. You did that before. It's not like you don't have a history of doing this. Look at Bernie in 2016. This was not the kind of rhetoric that he was doing back then, and he made waves. But your response to that is not, yeah, let's reflect and try to build a better, a better set of rhetorical skills with regards to what we're trying to push. It's, no, we can't criticize anybody in the movement because we're purity testing so hard now that we just can't do that. Now, I don't know if that's what she's thinking in her head, but that's effectively what it is. It's so brain rotted, dude. It's so bad. And it dooms them. It dooms them to like, okay, you'll get a candidate here, you'll get a candidate there, but you're never going to be able to really move forward in the party, and you're dragging the rest of us down with you. Leftists don't want to take responsibility. On a side note, I feel they should change the name of Lib and Learn to One Lib, surrounded like a Jubilee video. They were ganging up on Hutch. Well, they glazed the Vanguard, whose answer to everything was Biden should have just written executive orders for everything, despite being told the SCOTUS would strike it down. Stupid. Who are these people? You don't know Hutch? Do you know Hutch, neighbor Ernie? He's sort of in the Destiny loner box. The other one's Straight Raid. I don't really know her very well, but I've heard her name around. Oh, are we making fun of Vadim for the sleep thing? Did I miss that? He would rather go lick his wounds retreating to a cave than to fight to the nail, although I was impressed how he stood his ground with Vadim. Yeah, true. He did stand his ground pretty well with Vadim. That was a good Hutch moment with Vadim. But yeah, to be fair, dude, so Vadim being tired, Vadim to being tired is as Dean is to eating pizza. It's the same thing. It's the same connection. Vadim being tired is Dean eating pizza.
Hers is a project that never stops. There's not a there's no end. There's no final. We've defeated Republicans and conservatism and Trump, and it never. When Trump's gone, someone else is going to come, and you keep doing it over and over and over again. It's a constant energy.
Literally pulling my hair out. Kind of soy. Rip Dean's pizza. It got cold. Poor thing. I was trying to tell Hutch it's not all about winning with regards to elections. Yeah, and then Dean came out and said they don't care about winning electoral power. Like, what do you expect us to do when you guys come out and say shit like this? You expect us to be like, oh yeah, hang around, stay with us. We love that you don't want to fucking win electoral power and actually get things done. We love that. That sounds great. Like, what did you expect? Obviously, the Democrats were going to look at that and be like, we don't want these fucking people on our side. They're fucking us over. Did you see Obama's abundance bill? What do we got? Toughen up. Yeah, but who is he talking to? Every single Democrat in Congress and Senate voted against these bills. They fought to try to get people to call their senators and congressmen in Republican areas to encourage them. I mean, like, they did what they could. Fucking Hakeem Jeffries did a big old fucking speech, right? And then Cory Booker did a big old fucking speech before. So, like, what else are they gonna do at this point? Barack? Hey, Barack, maybe you could, instead of laying down in the fetal position, maybe tell your wife to run for fucking president. Maybe you need to toughen up to Michelle. I know, because she'd win, and she doesn't want to go through all that shit. I don't care how much you love working people. They can't afford a house because all the rules in your state make it prohibitive to build. And zoning prevents multifamily structures because of NIMBY. I don't want to know your ideology because you can't build anything. It does not matter. That was true. And then, based fucking governor, my current governor, Gavin Newsom, came in and was like, I'm going to fuck all these regulations. Fuck them up. And we're going to make it easier to build lower cost housing. So I'm hoping within the next 10 years, because of that, our housing market starts to right itself a little bit. Vadim then tells the world how he slayed Hutch. Oh. When the truth was he was starting to stroke out and excuse himself when Mudahar and Lonerbox quartered him. Dude, what Mudahar and Lonerbox did to him, like, that might be a war crime. That might actually be a war crime. Did he say he's hoarding all the Democratic charisma? That's why we have Schumer and Hakeem butchering the PR war. I miss Pelosi. That's in the article? Wait, what? What part is in the article? Brock, I think it's talking about the party as a whole. I don't want to know your ideology because you can't build anything. It does not matter. Based! You gotta win if you want to use your ideology, bro. You're just sitting there. Because they still, after all of this, after losing, they still have this idea that Americans are just one sentence, like one well-formed sentence away from embracing trans people, from flipping on Gaza and Israel, from deciding suddenly, oh, we all want to be communists. We hate capitalism now. It's delusion. They did. Bro, they spit roasted Vadim. It was rough, dude. It was rough. It's like that, For God's sake. Is there like a regular sign? Okay. It's this meme. It's this meme, but it's just two of them. And instead of black guys and a white chick, it's Vadim and then Lonerbox and Mutahar. It's exactly what it is. He actually specifically name dropped Abundance for that. There's been, I gather, some argument between the left of the party and people who are promoting the quote-unquote abundance agenda. Listen, those things are not contradictory. You want to deliver for people and make their lives better. You got to figure out how to do it. Yeah! Wow, imagine that. What a fucking concept. Derek and Ezra should be damn proud. Yeah, they're working hard. They're working hard. They really are.
It's constant, sustained effort. There is no logical endpoint. And so I think that is a bit different than, like, we demand that the state of Israel be dissolved in the next, like, fucking 6 months or whatever.
It's all Vadim and Mutahar.
I know you
Copy
Like, I
paste.
didn't see it, so I was taking you at your word
I
or
did.
whatever, because what I saw was people, like,
Lonerbox. Ooh. Oh, no. That was egregious. You deserve a troll for that.
Wait, can you do a poll? Can you do a poll of your audience?
Dude,
Oh, what are we polling?
I see Hutch as, like, less than human. I really do.
Bro, see, this is fucking insane! How insane of a fucking thing to say is that? Like, Hutch is literally just being like, look, he's saying, look, I get what you're trying to say here. I understand, I might even sympathize with some of your points of view, right? But you guys are not actually, like, helping your cause here, and you need to think about how you're approaching this. And this fucking single brain cell little fucking brainlet vacuum skull dumbass retard motherfucker calls him less than human for saying that? What an actual piece of shit! What an actual piece of shit! He's actually trying to help you! You idiot! Oh my god!
Genuinely.
Oh!
This is subhuman.
Oh, we're so cooked, boys. We're so cooked.
Thought process. This is cattle thought process.
Subhuman cattle thought process. Homie's like, hey, let's try to figure out a way to, like, win some power and actually get the things done. And he's like, that's so human. It's so human. Bro, you are the problem. You are the problem. Cliche as fuck. You are the problem. You're the reason why we're getting fucked over. People like you. Because Republicans, independents, moderate Democrats, they hear this, they see people connect that to the whole party, and it makes them want to stay home. It pushes them to vote for somebody who's not saying crazy shit like this. Do they understand that this kind of rhetoric, that there are some people who listen to this kind of rhetoric and say, well, you know what? Trump may be a crazy fucker, but at least he's not saying shit like this. That's the situation you're putting yourselves in. Unreal, dude. You know what? At first I was so bummed that we had to watch it through, like, the stream of this guy. But now I'm so glad, because this is so quintessential of the problems on the far left and why they keep fucking themselves over. Like, honestly, we'll see what happens with the New York election, right? Obviously, the Democratic candidate has an inherent advantage in New York. But, like, there are a lot of people who don't want to vote for him. And it's this kind of shit that's why. Like, come on. Why can't people be reasonable twats? Because everybody is so hyped up on engagement porn that every time they scroll, there's another thing that's just designed to make their blood boil and their adrenaline rush, and their bodies become addicted to that feedback loop. And they're just stuck. They're just stuck in this world of constantly being fed absolute rage bait. I hear you, Daniel. If it's Adams or Cuomo, then that's great. This Sliwa dude seems like a fucking kook, though.
Can you poll your audience and see how many of them want Israel destroyed in the next 6 months? Aaron, can you poll your instincts?
It's definitely the beret. I can't see a dude in a beret and be like, oh yeah, this guy seems like he'd be a stable candidate.
Commie audience that want all Israelis dead right now. Okay.
How do I do that?
Are you on Twitch?
Yeah, how do I do it?
If you go to the dashboard, I'm just curious. I'm not like assuming anything. If you go to the dashboard, there should be a little widget under the
Cuomo's
bottom.
gonna get Mamdani elected. He should have stayed out, dumbass. I think if he sees the polls going heavily in Adams's favor, he seems smart enough to drop out and endorse. I hope so. I hope that's the case. Let's see. When is the actual election? November 4th. There's a little bit of time. Yeah, but it's July. It's the middle of July. It's not till November. In this same time frame, Kamala went from a big lead to losing. Yeah, the Guardian Angels. Yeah. That is a lot of time in political shit. I mean, if he drops out, that puts him... If either one of them drop out and endorse the other, assuming all those votes go to the other candidate, that puts them basically statistically even with Mamdani, based on what you just sent me, neighbor Rooney. Would he? I honestly don't know that much about him, but I just see him in a fucking beret and I go, this guy's crazy. I don't know. I think maybe I honestly, Cosmic, I hate to say this because we're in this position. I think maybe it should be Adams. Because Cuomo is, like, hated by Republicans. And you want to get, like, every vote you can. He is crazy, Oxen. Cuomo is polling higher, but a lot of that is from Democrats. It's like all Democrats. If Cuomo drops out and endorses Adams, all of those Democrats who voted for Cuomo are going to go to Adams, but you're not going to see a lot of Republicans who were going to vote for Adams go to Cuomo. I think they'll go to Sliwa. So I think it's smarter if you want to take the Republicans who were going to vote for Adams to go with Adams. Hey, so Oxy, if you ever want to post something for me to look at on the stream, you see right below that general chat, there's a topics for stream. That's probably where you want to post stuff for stuff we're looking at on stream. Do you see what I'm talking about? Because I don't really like to clutter up the general chat too much. Here, I can link it. I can actually link it right to you. You're back? Okay. Guess what? I know that means you're both back from being right back and back at your keyboard. Imagine that! Awesome. Thanks, Oxy. Yeah, this ended up being a meme. This ended up being like a big meme, right?
Mr. McMillan, would you like 30 seconds more?
Allow me to introduce myself. I represent the rent is too damn high party. People are working 8 hours a day and 40 hours a week in some a third job. Women can't afford to take care of their children, feed their children breakfast, lunch, and dinner. My main job is to provide a roof over your head, food on the table, and money in your pocket. This is politics as usual. Playing a silly game. It's not going to happen. The rent too damn high movement, the people I'm here to represent can't afford to pay their rent. They're being laid off right now as I speak. They can't eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Listen, someone's stomach, child's stomach just growled. Did you hear it? Gotta listen like me.
Okay,
Let's
Mr.
talk
McMillan.
about the issue.
Mr.
People can't afford to pay their
Cuomo,
rent.
30 seconds for you, sir.
Rent is too damn high.
Thank you. There is.
That's funny. Classic meme.
Like under the video player, like and
Also,
if you-
guys,
Rent
great
is
time
too
to
damn
like
high.
you're an hour into stream now, just saying. Guys, 357 people watching right now, 37 likes on stream, almost 320 people. Please move the cursor, thumbs up, clicking or pressing thumbs up on the device. That'd be huge appreciated.
God damn it. I wish YouTube still showed the thumbs down, man. That's one of the biggest problems in our society, by the way. YouTube doesn't show the thumbs down anymore. We need to be able to see. People need to be able to see, you know, when some asshole is being dunked on.
If you want to export one step further, you can do that directly through a stream link in the pin chat message. You can also buy membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel.
If you want to marry a shoe, I'll marry
buy
you.
super chat, which will highlight message and read it on TTS, or buy super sticker, which is a YouTube image or gift that will be highlighted in chat. They'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Queeman, twitter.com/Queeman, or reddit.com/r/Queeman. Also, guys, goal going up in chat right now. Huge goal, huge epic goal. Huge epic goal. We love epic goals.
Nika.
Epic goal :D in the chat. Awesome stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
don't see an option for a poll, hit the plus sign.
Quick options.
Yeah, quick actions. Yeah.
Or quick.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. What am I doing?
One state or two state.
Finish my poll. One state. I can tell you right now, it's just gonna be one state. But what is this supposed to mean or measure?
Well, then we don't need to. Then, all right, fine. Yeah, we don't need to do it. That's what I'm talking about. Like, this is what she's talking about. Like, this is like the default. Because I know you're more of a leftist. You called yourself a communist, and so I assume your audience is more leftist, right? And so it's gonna be like probably fucking 99% one state. That's what she's talking about.
Who was hating Aaron? Who was I having to defend Aaron from? It was Parry, I think. Parry was saying
Wrong.
he hates Aaron, and I was shocked and appalled at what I was hearing. Totally shocked and appalled. Thank you for the 5 Canadian, Missy. With the Shiba Inu thumbs up. Good job, super sticker. Not only did Aaron beat Destiny in their one debate, their first debate, the first debate Aaron had on like a public platform, as far as I know.
What? Is Aaron straighterade? Is he saying she beat Destiny in what debate? I kind of want to bring this up. Okay, so... Does anyone have that debate? Those women in the debate on abortion were unhinged. I don't know how you're saying he lost. Does anybody have that debate that he's referring to? Have a link to it? Because I can't find it. Is he hallucinating? Oh, what?
At that fucking college thing, where he was trying to argue that wokeness had gone too far on college campuses or whatever, and got totally...
Oh, okay.
We've made a justification for an evolutionary
Is
biology.
that this? Okay.
Just to not talk about evolutionary biology because it's like insensitive.
No, he's free to talk about it, but I'm also free to scrutinize the implication by which, like, why is he demanding that this is now the time to bring it up?
Well, because people want to have a
response to
conversation about like
disagreement.
race and stuff, right? So wouldn't this be if he was ever going to do it? Like that
Okay,
would be.
I think it's a little bit unfair to characterize it as like, oh, people just want to have a discussion about race. Like,
That's true. They didn't want to have a discussion about race. They wanted to force white people off the campus using social pressure.
I don't
This
see
is
a problem with telling
October
those
of
people, yo, shut the
22.
fuck up. Like, because you don't have any interest in actually engaging in a debate. It should be genocide thing.
If wokeness. My name is Erin, and I'm here to debate if wokeness has gone too far or not.
Okay. My earlier undefeated conversation topic was that wokeness has obviously gone too far because I think progressives. Obviously.
Okay.
Slow down. Obviously, wokeness has gone too far because progressives are really bad at.
She's champing at the bit. She's ready to go. She's like, oh, she's already triggered.
Engaging other people in conversation topics. I think that there's like way too much of like a ideological orthodoxy that's like enforced around like any area that progressives get their hands on. Go.
Okay, so I'm less interested in making any sort of, I guess, like positive argument. I'm just going to say that I think you're basically the one putting forward the positive argument that
True.
this has gone too far. I'm not even going to make any prescriptions as to that. I'm just going to say I think that premise is entirely false. And the biggest problem that I have with this conversation is that can you concretely define what you mean by wokeness?
Yeah. So. I think that
Oh, come on, bro. All right, let's see. He's gonna define it. There's still like what 20 minutes of them arguing, so it's got to go somewhere after that.
Through a lot of arguments surrounding. Have you ever heard of the paradox of tolerance?
Yes, that if you're too tolerant of intolerance, you're going to create a society like Nazi Germany because you're going to let it be overrun by people who would take advantage of that.
Exactly. That through that argument of the paradox of tolerance, progressives have essentially created a system that allows them to get rid of all dissenting opinion because the dissenting opinions themselves represent like a threat to discourse.
Yes. And they always talk about the paradox of tolerance too. It's like they've taken the paradox of tolerance to mean that literally any difference of opinion is like pure toxicity and racism and hatred, and they have to, go after it as hard as they fucking can.
Or democracy or woke values or whatever.
Okay.
That's like the specific thing I'm kind of like pointing out.
Okay, can you give me an example of like wokeness run amok that you think is problematic, or if it were to become like a broader social trend, would be some sort of social contagion?
Yeah, so sure. So some of the things that I was kind of looking at earlier. So on the macro level, it's like the rigid enforcement of like progressive values, and if there's any deviation, you get bucked by the system, or you get like excised or whatever. For micro examples, I would say that Brett Weinstein at Evergreen College was an example of this.
Can I stop you? What do you mean by bucked by the system?
So if you're in school, people will try to like cancel you or get you kicked out. If you're like a faculty or administrator, people ask for your resignation or make it hard for you to work. If you're a researcher, people won't want to work with you, publish your stuff like that.
Okay, so like threats to livelihood is
Yeah,
what you're
basically,
saying.
yeah. Lots of cultural pressure, lots of social pressure. Sometimes direct like pressure from staff, but lots of social and cultural pressure.
Okay, and then
So like I think Brett Weinstein at like Evergreen College was like a pretty good example of that.
okay, why?
Where I think Brett's arguments were, even if you disagreed with them, I think they were entirely reasonable.
What
And
were his arguments?
He felt like like, are you familiar with the Evergreen College situation?
Yes, I am, but I'm interested in hearing your characterization of it. So why don't you explain it?
Oh,
Since you
that's
brought
cool.
it up.
Okay, I learned all about it in the Red Book community, shit test and everything. So that's
Okay,
good.
nice.
Okay,
Sounds
yeah.
good. Tell me
Okay,
about
yeah. So my understanding was that traditionally at the school there were days, or there was like one day a year where I think it was specifically black students would take a step back and let everybody have like a day and see like, well, this is what it's like when minorities are missing, and then they do like a off-campus event or something. And they wanted to switch it up where they're saying, well, we're going to ask white students to leave, or white faculty, or white people to leave college this day. For I don't even know what the justification given there was, but I think Brett sent out an email where he was disagreeing. He was saying like, I think it's a bit different when you're asking white people to leave. I don't agree with this. I don't want to partake in this. And through that email being published and then disseminated to the student body, people got this idea that there were a lot of ideas, but basically people started to show up at his class outside. They were, I don't know if I say threatening him, but they were like screaming at him, shouting at him. They really wanted to fight over him being like racist and stuff like that. And eventually it blew into a thing where I don't know if he ended up settling with the college before he left or whatever. But
That's insane. Is it really quiet, guys? Is everything quiet, Casper? Like my voice as well, or just what's coming from the computer? Okay. So then it's probably not my mixing. Maybe refresh? Or check, I don't know. Check your computer volume? I don't know.
he basically left the college because of all the pressure.
Yeah, I know about this unfortunately because he has taken himself on a media parade.
Yes.
And will go on to any podcast that will let him rehash the story, even though it literally happened forever ago.
Yep.
Do you know what the contents of those emails were?
She's so salty.
That he said in response to his disagreement to the, like, they free of white people on campus or whatever.
Yeah, I read all of them, I think a couple months ago, again, because we read it up, I don't remember, I can't recite it word for word.
Okay, I can't either, but I do remember that what he did say to this organizer was that he would be happy to provide a
forum for discussion or something, I think, or?
Yes, do you know what the topic was going to be?
What's the topic? I don't remember.
Race and how it coincides with evolutionary, like,
oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, so he was basically going to, he was interested in...
Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh, tiny. Ooh. Jesus. My man is going hard. Oh boy. He's just leaning all the way into it. All the way in. Yikes.
Exploring, like, race realism.
Okay. He's an evolutionary biologist. It's an appropriate topic to explore, right?
Right, but given the...
We need to make sure that that death toll count is proper. Oh, and you know, on the other side, for the far lefties, right? Shouldn't they subtract? They make sure that any, you know, babies that were still in the womb, they need to subtract those from the Gaza death toll. They need to make sure, right? On that side of the token. It's probably good that I don't have a Twitter at this point. But eventually I would have to get one.
Context of why he's bringing up that he was interested in exploring that subject when the controversy has to do with I guess, disagreement about social justice strategies or whatever. Like, what do you think the implication is when he's like, I would be happy to educate people on race realism?
I think it's literally perfect. It's within his wheelhouse of what he's educated to do. If you like, one of my biggest frustrations as like an online debater content creator is people like me end up getting tasked with debating these like esoteric or very difficult to navigate scientific fields, and nobody from those scientific disciplines will ever enter into any of these discussions to give their opinions. So if somebody that actually has a background in the field wants to like enter into that field and give a discussion on race realism, me personally, I'd rather somebody like, well, I don't know now, but back then, Brett Weinstein talking about race realism and evolutionary psychology, I'd prefer that to like, you know, Nick Fuentes or somebody talking about it.
It's a pretty low bar to clear. I'd hope that it was maybe a little bit higher, but okay. That's
Well, I mean, Jordan, I prefer him to like Ben Shapiro talking about it, I guess, yeah.
another low standard. All right. So
Well, it's
our
conservative. The standard's not very high, okay? I'm trying my best here.
All right. So.
But I mean, like, do you think that, like, no offense to
Yeah,
Brett,
it's
or
because she wants you to say somebody who's like a moderate Democrat. That's why she's everybody who's like on the right she'll consider as a low bar, because she would be like, yeah, you know, like I can't hear anybody who's like left of or right of Bernie Sanders. That's my bar.
I don't want Brett to do like a workshop on like.
A lot more strategically versus my own personal moral alignment, at least when it comes to state Congress. State I live in has a near Dem supermajority and has for some time. They've been drifting leftward towards really shitty lefty populist economics, so I'll vote for the Nutters even. With the hope that at chipping away at the supermajority, there's practically zero risk of a Republican trifecta here. Huh, interesting. Slimmer Demajority means the moderates have more power, so I don't care if I end up with a theoretical wacko rep because he'd be a powerless wacko. No, that's fair.
Let's talk about like the systemic injustice that appears in society and how we can like alleviate some of the pressures that minorities feel in like America. Like he's an evolutionary biologist.
I remember them talking about the fertility clinic that militants were shooting out where embryos were damaged and destroyed in the crossfire. I feel bad for the people who lost their chances at a family, but leftists suddenly became the most pro-life fundamentalist evangelicals who found religion with the clinic there. Are you talking about in Gaza? Because this is going to sound harsh. Because let's be real, your convictions in today's political world, for most people, your convictions are completely predicated on whichever team you're playing on. So it doesn't matter if on one side you generally like agree with the principle. If there's a situation that goes like that is currently politically advantageous for you to use, you will drop any of those so-called morals in order to argue for that position in the moment. It's not that surprising.
Gonna say to that, like that's just like a virtue signal, like, oh, let's like I brought a slideshow from YouTube.
I know, but like I think that there's something in between this huge virtue signal and then ramping it all the way up to like I'd be interested in discussing race realism with you and the idea that there may or may not be superior racial genes, even though that's junk science. To me, it's no different than if he had brought up what is it when they like skull shapes?
Phrenology.
If he said I would be happy, I'm not happy to participate in this like anti-racism exercise. Whether or not it's good is subjective, obviously. And you can have his disagreements with that. But then to follow that up with, but I would be happy to discuss. What did you just say it was?
Phrenology?
Phrenology.
Well, but the phrenology is by definition.
The black students of this.
Yeah, sure. Phrenology is a bunk science, but like, look at where we're at now. Okay, I'm glad you picked this topic because it illustrates my point perfectly.
Okay, perfect.
We've made a justification for an evolutionary biologist to not talk about evolutionary biology because it's like insensitive.
No, he's free to talk about it, but I'm also free to scrutinize the implication by which, like, why is he demanding that this is now the time to bring it up?
Well, because people want to have a conversation about like race and stuff, right? So wouldn't this be if he was ever going to do it like that? Would be...
I think it's a little bit unfair to characterize it as like, oh, people just want to have a discussion about race. Like,
that's true. They didn't want to discuss about race. They wanted to force white people off the campus using social pressure for
right, and
reasons.
I'm not even going to defend that or discuss it or whatever, but I think like the situation's a little bit more nuanced than, oh, he wasn't allowed to, he got fired or like whatever.
I don't think he actually got fired. I think he ended up settling with the school and leaving with some payoff package. But it was, obviously everybody wanted to leave the students.
Exactly.
I think the faculty as well.
People think that it starts and ends with like, oh, they, and he talked about this. Like I listened to his interview on Joe Rogan where he said that, he is a Jewish man and he's uncomfortable being told that within a country that he wants to live in, there are spaces that he is not welcome in because it's happened historically to Jewish people, which is a completely defensible point. What is indefensible to me and what he conveniently leaves out is not only did he voice his disagreement, which is completely fine. You can argue and disagree about like the strategies about anti-racism and social justice are best and appropriate. The umbrage I thought people were taking up with him was that he he was saying, oh, but I would be happy to give a lecture on race realism, which is essentially the new version of.
Well, what do you think he was going to say? Was he going to say like, "Welcome, today we're going to study the warrior gene and why black people are predisposed"? Like, did you really think that was going to be like his presentation? Like, we don't even know what the presentation would have been.
What? I know it would have been very interesting to hear all about.
But we never got to hear
race,
it.
Race realism.
Well, there are things you can talk about for, like, I'm sure as an evolutionary biologist, you have something to say.
But do you
Maybe his whole
honestly
presentation.
think that he was sad that he didn't get to give that presentation? Do you think that he was really making that offer to give that lecture? Because
it sounded like the offer would have been
people.
that, like, if you want to have a day where we discuss issues that are relevant to minorities, here's an issue that I can discuss that's relevant to my particular scientific discipline, which I think is what
I need to
was
get back on that art,
How do you know that's what he was going to say? Maybe he was going to say black people were superior.
Yeah, maybe he was. Maybe we were
I've been
surprised at the lecture where he made
slacking.
that exact point.
Regardless, it's a college campus. Isn't this like where those types of conversations should be happening with an actual evolutionary biologist rather than like whatever your local conservative group is or your local YouTuber?
I agree with that entirely. But
Well, then what do you disagree with?
my disagreement is that doesn't meet the threshold to say that it's gone out of control. What you just went on to describe, in excessive detail, because he will not ever stop like telling the story.
Well, I described it because you asked me for one example. That's one example. We go through plenty others if you want.
I know.
That was the only thing, but
I think you and your audience know all too well that anecdotes, like data is not just the plural. Like,
sure.
Yes, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, data's not the plural of anecdote. I understand. But when you start to get like story after story after story after story,
I'm sorry, does this guy think like she's like destroying him? It seems like they're having a decently amicable conversation. I don't think there doesn't seem to be like too much agreement here. What was that dude talking about? I mean, too much disagreement here. Like, what was that dude talking about? Am I tripping or? I mean, there's like light disagreement, but it doesn't seem super contentious.
Story, though.
It is story after story.
Oh.
So, like, one of the most recent really troubling ones, I'll do this last one and then we'll let the other guy jump on, and I'll let you respond to this. One of the most recent troubling ones to me, very troubling, very upsetting, was there was a study that was promoted, I think it was conducted at and then promoted by the University of Washington, and this was a study showing that puberty blockers were incredibly beneficial to minors when they were prescribed, and they checked for suicidality after the fact.
Okay.
And when they did this study, the university was shouting it from the rooftops, this is so great, we're helping trans kids, puberty blockers are amazing. People went back and they dug through the study and like, okay, well, when you actually look at it, it's actually a wash. It doesn't really help suicidality much at all. Like,
like a hormone wash?
Stop. No, it doesn't help much at all, okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
But when
they're like laughing with each other, like
university found this out when they were internal emails got leaked when this was brought up, and they were like, okay, well, actually, it looks like this wasn't true at all, but we're not going to really talk about it publicly because people were so happy with the last headlines. It would be kind of shitty to announce now that it didn't actually do much at all. This was like not verbatim, but this is more or less what the contents of the email were. And it's like, holy shit! Well, now we're actually talking about like scientific literature being published and promoted, and now we're talking about picking and choosing which scientific literature we want to promote based on the social agenda that it promotes. That's really scary to me. And there are more anecdotes, but go for it. I'll let you respond to that one.
Okay, like I'm not even going to disagree that like you can throw these anecdotes at me all day, but they will always just be that. They will just be anecdotes. Like, are we actually seeing a meaningful trend? And
I mean, do you have statistics to present otherwise?
And I mean beyond.
Because it feels like we've seen a meaningful trend that wokeness has pushed people away. I mean, elections are a good way to judge that.
The scope of individual people having their livelihoods disrupted, losing their income or whatever. Honestly, for the most part, I would disagree, or like I would agree with you that like in each like discrete example that you're going to bring up, there were inappropriate measures that were taken to HR to get them removed from some campus where somebody should have been able to speak where they weren't able to. But I'm saying, can you see this borne out in any sort of meaningful policy that's been instituted at
I guess this was in 2022.
even at a municipal level or possibly state or federal, and I just don't think it's ever met that threshold. And I think that alone kind of negates your entire premise that it's gone too far, because we would see it happening in Congress, happening in state legislatures, happening, well, Congress is federal, or at the Supreme Court, that because wokeness has gone amok, we must make these corrective policy measures that could potentially, do more harm than good. And I guess that's mostly what I'm worried about, like the policy implications of saying.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, Cosmic. I don't think you need to make a positive claim to have contention here.
That like, okay, even if wokeness has gone too far, fine. Like for the sake of the argument, I'll concede like it has gone too far. Like what do we do about it?
Cut the bother. Okay. Oh, did you ask me what I do? Oh, I said I give you the last word. Well, I understand that it's not there like in policy positions, but in schools and in the response to what's happening in schools, it does seem to be there. Now, for whatever reason, progressives are really bad at getting people elected and getting their will enacted in Congress. But I think across like college campuses, like when you look at like, man, what was the last place? Like the ideological leanings of like professors and stuff, it's like 85% left. And like even some of the econ departments, I don't know if it's true here for University of Texas.
But is that a problem? Should we be hiring professors based off of their partisan affiliation? Shouldn't it be based off their expertise in the subject, how well they are at lecturing?
Yeah, it should be. But you just told me that somebody with the expertise in evolutionary biology couldn't talk about it because it was racially insensitive.
No, I did say that he was fine to talk about it, but I was saying it's interesting also to explore the implication of why he decided that that was the appropriate moment to give that particular.
No, I understand, but I'm saying like when I'm not saying we should hire people based on their ideological proclivities.
Sounded like it.
When you're no, it didn't. You just heard that because you want to hear that. But
Okay.
if you're getting this huge slant in a certain direction, the question is like, well, are all
how do you know that partisan slant?
The question is, are all of these people, do they just happen to be left-leaning, or is there like a culture that's kind of developing that encourages only left-leaning people to participate, or people that aren't left-leaning to kind of like hush their opinion a bit?
You say, oh, is there a culture? No. I think you firmly decided that.
Well,
like, no,
there
definitely is a culture. Okay, there is this liberal orthodoxy.
Wait, Casper, why is that based? Why do you think you need both sides to make a positive claim in order to have a good debate? I've seen plenty of good debates where one side is making a positive claim.
Guys, we all know how hard it is to prove a negative. It honestly, okay, so it really depends on what the what the debate is about. But when it comes to
exactly.
more theological kind of theological isn't the right word, but stuff like this abortion stuff is like, since one side's not even gonna listen to science at all, and they're just gonna go off of religion and shit and their feelings, it's gonna be kind of hard to prove a negative.
Yeah, but like in those types of debates, usually you're going to see some form of pro-life versus pro-choice. In that case, there are positive claims being made, right? But like
there's plus pro-life,
Cosmic's point, because he's argued this before, is that every single debate must have a positive claim. And the reason that he's making that point is because he doesn't like that I'm an agnostic atheist. It pisses him off.
I kind of see his point, but...
Are you serious?
Yeah, I do. I must be sick. I'm agreeing with Cosmic.
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Okay, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm on too much cold medicine to be doing that. Nuh-uh. Anyway, no, I see what if I was taking Cosmic as good faith of like, in debates you should only prove the positive, because then you can only you have to back up your own point with stats or scientific or what's it called, empirical data. And I feel like that would be the best way to either win or lose a debate.
Yeah, oftentimes if somebody's making a positive claim, in order to argue about that positive claim, in the process of it, you're going to be making other positive claims in the process.
Not a lot of the debates that I've been seeing on the right, especially not when it comes to pro-life.
Okay, but then then that's up to you as the debater to push them on their rhetorical position. Yeah, but you can't
say a lot of, and then I bring up debates where it's... Okay, my brain is not alive enough to have that.
Okay. All right.
Being enforced within academia or whatever.
Progressive orthodoxy.
Oh, okay. Aren't you a progressive yourself?
Yes. But I don't enforce the progressive orthodoxy. That's why I'm here at the university.
It doesn't say that anymore.
Give Texas talking to kids.
But you're sure that that's really the progressive orthodoxy?
What? For what?
Like, if you went up to the majority of progressives and you gave all these examples, do you think they would wholesale start endorsing like any of the repercussions that happen in all of these like awful anecdotes that you're giving?
Yes.
Where somebody's like, you're positive on that. Okay, just
over
wholesale disagree on that. I think you
yes.
would be able to find plenty of liberal and left-leaning people who would be able to condemn any sort of actions that were taken. Like,
there probably would be some, but I think that over half of like progressives would be in favor of like viciously getting rid of like certain types of thoughts that they feel like don't belong on college campuses at all.
Like what types of thoughts?
Like.
And how would you even like eliminate these thoughts? How would these progressives
you do it through
on
social
campus,
culture pressure, right?
And are they not allowed to do that?
I don't think they should on college campuses, no.
You push my buttons. What did you
because
expect?
I think that a college campus should
represent... This is what I mean. Is like wokeness just ends up turning
into... I'm answering.
You're just going to sit here and take it?
Like.
No, that's not true, okay? What I'm saying is that like I think that on college campuses there should be like a diversity of thought, right? I should be able to find on a college campus like the local fascist squad like talking about fascism. And if I don't like what they have to say, I should be able to ask like my political science teacher like, hey,
that's what those progressives are doing.
No, they're not. What they're saying is we need to protest, boycott them, and get them kicked off campus so that in our own poli-sci classes we can circle jerk about how ideologically pure and cool we are without ever having to address an uncomfortable thought or deal with
at what point do your criticisms of the like, you know, your local...
Casper literally just said that I did, Cosmic. What are you talking about?
A group, fascist group, start, in your opinion, going too far. Like, you can only criticize them up to a certain point before you're like, hey, you're heading into territory where you're like, your wokeness greed.
Yeah, I think the issue is when you're not
other people's rights.
Yeah, when you refuse to platform it at all, I think that's an issue because then people don't even know how to engage with those different streams of thought.
Anyway, you know who was proposing stuff like this? It was liberals, not progressives. Like back in 2019 during the presidential campaigns, Kamala Harris was the one who was going up on the debate stage and saying that she was making it up like a policy promise that she believed that Trump should be banned off Twitter. This was back in 2019.
Kamala Harris, the progressive.
That's true.
What?
She was like Medicare for all. She was way
Cosmic literally only needs an emote to set me off. No, oh my god, holy shit, Casper. That first sentence fucking triggered me. It's literally not. Agnosticism is the degree to which you believe something. Like Gnosticism and agnosticism are the degrees to which you believe something. This is like so well defined through this area of debate. Like I already had this argument with Cosmic, and even in the course of the debate that we were watching, somebody else on the panel said the same shit that I was saying. Like, this is not
was me.
a new thing.
It was
No,
me.
it wasn't you. It was someone in the debate that we were watching at the time.
Oh, okay. Yes, again, in semantics, if you're just like, if you don't know the definition or the deeper meaning of what Gnosticism is, it is, that's why I said kind of, oxymoronic. However, again, dot, I explained it at the last part.
Yeah, Cosmic. I don't necessarily contend that it's a more skeptical position. The contention that we have is that you think that's unacceptable, which still doesn't make sense to me.
And she absolutely was.
Well, she was.
She was.
But is she now?
No,
And
she fell in line because Biden was a
You know
boss.
who's disagreeing with her?
What?
The other progressive on the stage, Elizabeth Warren.
Good. And now look where she is.
And where's that?
Not where Biden is.
Wait,
More
what?
dumb layers. Okay, final word, go.
Final word. I told you I'm not.
What?
Oh, I'm working too. Sorry.
Oh.
Make any sort of like.
Well, just give us a final thought. I gotta
You give your final thoughts first, okay? Dealer
my final thought is it's hard to
Good job, Cosmic. And it is a claim. It's just a really, really easy one to prove.
quantify, like, because people ask, like,
Maybe
well,
because it doesn't exist.
No, it's hard to quantify, like, because people say, like, show me, like, a poll or show me a thing of, like, why.
Yes, people ask for evidence. They ask me for these inconvenient things like citations for the assertions that I'm making, where, you know, you have to actually prove that, you know, the empirical claims that you're making.
You're doing it right now. You're not giving me a chance to speak.
I'm not. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Go for it.
I think that you can see a huge trend, both in the ideas and stuff that get passed around and enforced socially and college campuses among faculty and staff, where you're getting more and more people that are complaining about, hey, I didn't fit the progressive orthodox here, so I quit. There was an anthropology department where people are complaining about. I wish I remember this question. Remember, there was that University of Washington thing. There was stuff happening, the Oberlin stuff, where they were like racist against the bakery for arresting a black person. You have the Brett Weinstein stuff. There's like story after story after story, and I acknowledge they are just
that one. Good catch, Daniel.
But like at some point, when not only are these stories becoming more frequent, when it gets support en masse by progressives, because you do see them generally across social media where we can quantify it, supporting these stories en masse, like I don't know what piece of evidence you would need to see like, oh, okay, maybe this is like a problem that we should start to worry about.
No, I do think that those individual instances are problems that have to be dealt with, but we already have the tools to deal with them. We have, like, you can appeal. You can appeal to your department chair if you're within academia. You can go to HR. You can file wrongful termination lawsuits. Like, we have the courts. Like, there are avenues for dealing with these things, and all of them are available to these people. Like, you know, I would honestly say that, like, Weinstein's life has only been made better by that, because he's now like a millionaire. Like, he just grifts off this entire thing. He'll never stop. It was excellent for him. You know, like, on principle, like, I would disagree with him, but it was only to his benefit. Like, you think.
Yeah, if I'm speaking specifically to a person who's making that sort of a claim, you're right, Cosmic. But there's plenty of other debates where I'm not speaking specifically to that sort of a person who's making a claim. And in that case, we're going to get into the deeper argument about what they believe from like a non-specific perspective as far as God goes. And then we're going to start talking about like the ontological argument, or, you know, the... oh god, I'm blanking on all of them, but the different classical non-like specified theistic arguments that there are, and then you get into the more fun stuff. But like, my position is that, like, you know, ultimately I can't 100% prove that there's not a God, so I'm going to approach it from the skeptical position. If somebody presents a descriptor of what they think a God is that they believe, I'm going to say, well, you're going to need to prove that, and then contend with their evidence. Right, it's exactly, Neighboruni. It's not equal to the positive claim of disbelief. And I actually hold that separate, right? Because I can ultimately say that my position is a skeptical one, while also saying that I attribute a very small probability, like a virtually, you know, negligible probability, that a God does exist. No, I will not, because I don't believe in any gods, Cosmic.
Like, has he truly been silenced? Like, I heard more about this man after that happened than before. Before he was a nobody.
Yeah, for certain people, they could benefit from it, but for
I do not have any positive belief in any gods. Bro, that is literally like the actual definition of atheism. If you don't like it, fucking get a tissue.
the overwhelming amount of people, it's a negative thing. There are certain huge people that can benefit from like being canceled because they've got like a platform, they get like all
No,
the
but he was that person because he was a nobody before that, right? Or was he any sort
yeah,
of
but he
significant
managed to spin it
professor?
off into like a media career. But most people that get canceled like don't benefit from it. You agree with that, right?
I'm saying there are certainly no human gods, and I think it is improbable that there are any actual gods.
Yeah, but like how many? That's like the problem.
Like
is that you say,
99% of people that get hardcore canceled don't benefit from it. There are a few that manage to spin it off into something successful, but
when you say like most people who get canceled though, like are you making the assumption that like most people are like working class people and this is happening within like
people on social
workplaces?
media that are getting like canceled, people in college teachers that are tenure that are getting canceled, any like. You know,
Do you think social media is indicative of like the views of your average American? Don't you think it's
I think
highly
it's becoming
skewed?
more and more in line with the views of the average American. Yes.
Okay, like all empirical research like runs contrary to the assertion that you just made. Like even if
Okay,
you
hold on. No, that is not true. One second. The empirical research says that Twitter tends to be more white, more affluent, and more young than the American demographic. The research will not tell you that opinions on Twitter don't
my
represent the
mic's
opinions
still
of
on.
anyone
I
at
could
all.
have
There's a
asked that
divergence, of course, but the
twice.
opinions of
I
online
never said
people,
that they don't
hold on, the
represent
opinions of
any
online
sort
people
of
15 years
opinions
ago
of
on the
Americans.
internet.
And honestly,
were
it's
great.
basically irrelevant because nobody who like thinks there's any sort of god can even create a coherent definition of what that might be. So
Yeah,
it's
they always do like,
basically
well, look
irrelevant.
how big our galaxy is. You don't think that?
Yeah,
You think the Big
fucking
Bang really
universe, blah blah
happened?
blah 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 blah. So there's like an element of ichtheism as well.
Crazy not resembling real life people. Nobody went to the internet in 2002 to find out like what do Americans think about XYZ. But nowadays with social media, whose explicit goal is to connect as many people as possible across like political paradigms, of course you're going to see like Twitter today in 2022 is going to represent more American opinion than a GeoCities website in 1998.
Why is that?
Because more and more people are connected to the internet today.
I think only 35% of Americans are on Twitter.
That would be the fine-tuning argument is a really dumb argument. Why would you make that argument?
And then of that 35, I think it's something that like 25.
Correct. Why is it dumb? Because necessarily, if you are alive in a universe, it would have to be a universe that can support life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive in it. No, Cosmic, do you understand what I'm saying? You wouldn't evolve and exist within a universe that couldn't support life. So you have a bias here. There's a bias. You're looking at the universe and its ability to support life from the biased position of, oh, it must exist to support life, rather than the fact that this universe can support life is the reason why we exist in a universe that can support life. Let's say we're looking at a multiverse, for example. And it turns out that that's my point. That's my point. That's exactly my point, Cosmic. If we're looking at like a multiverse, we would assume there's going to be a number of universes that can't support life, that will just blip in and out of existence. Their physics isn't even compatible with the continuation of a universe, for example, and all these other different ones. The bias is that you're obviously only going to have intelligences that exist within universes that can support life. So obviously it looks like it's fine-tuned to support life because we are alive inside of the universe. I mean, you don't necessarily know that, Cosmic, but that could be the case. It's probably the case. I mean, that's assuming an infinite multiverse, which most of the models don't really support. No. It doesn't. Again, this is just, that's a, no, I understand that, but the problem is within the hypothetical, there's a bias, right? You understand what I'm saying? The bias is that you are looking at, in the hypothetical, there are no other universes. That there's only one universe and that we exist in. I mean, I guess that you would be saying, like, this is evidence for it, but it isn't necessarily, because you're just assuming that that's not a natural process of the universe, which is a complete assumption. Like, again, you are making a positive claim when you do that. You would have to back that up. Wait. Why couldn't I see it? Yeah, I couldn't see it either. You know what? Fair, actually. Worst Star Trek theme song. Where are you going with that, Cosmic? I'm not a fan of that one personally, but I did like the 3rd and 4th season versions more. With the electric guitar. Yeah. I just prefer my Star Trek theme songs to be orchestral, you know. But it's a preference. Cosmic, one of these days, I mean, there's still, I mean, I don't know about effectively. You still have to make a lot of assumptions. You can make the argument and it can be logically valid, but you're going to have some issues with demonstrating that it's logically sound. The claim appears simple on the surface, but actually if you're trying to flesh out the claim, it takes a lot more than just the fine-tuning points towards design. And you're making an assumption, of course, that this is the only universe, which is a pretty big assumption. You're also assuming that physics can only exist in the way it can to support life, rather than the fact that physics can only exist in the way it can to support our form of life. Right? Because there could be a whole litany of different physical configurations that could support different types of chemical processes. Right. You're arguing for God creating us on the basis that the physics of the universe is fine-tuned for life. But the physics of the universe is only fine-tuned for our type of life because our type of life evolved within this universe with this set of physics. It may be that a different set of physics would evolve a different type of chemistry and a different type of and different sets of chemical processes that would evolve to and produce a different type of life. Because the crux of the argument is a fine-tuning argument. That undoes the idea of fine-tuning. Yeah, there could be, but you're trying to make the argument, again, you were trying to make the argument on fine-tuning. So if you're just going to randomly say there could be many gods, I'm saying, well, in that case, you're going to have to prove it. I mean, simulation theory is simulation theory. Like, there's odds for it, and we understand what those odds are. We would have to understand that a universe can be simulated. And at this point, we don't know that that's the case. My position is to provide a natural process alternative to the claim that it would have to be created for that to be the case. And to do that, I'm illustrating that the only reason we see it as fine-tuned is because our chemical processes work within the physical structures of this universe. But there may be other chemical processes that arise with different physical constants and different physical structures of universes. Which actually be a very interesting field of study, which I don't even know where you would begin with that. That's this reality, buddy. That's this reality. They already exist and they're delicious. I'll save that. I'll save that for the end, buddy, because we're still streaming on YouTube. But we'll watch it at the end for sure. One of these days, though, Cosmic, I would love to, like, have this argument. I think we would probably want to start it from the beginning, because I imagine you and I would go on for quite some time. But I hope one of these days you could, like, jump up in voice chat and we can go through all of this together. Yes. Steven is right. And then you combine that. And then you combine that with Hitchens, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. We get a very nice little picture. No, I mean, I'm not saying argue that God exists, but we can just have our free-form conversation. I'm not trying to make you play like the devil's advocate position. Seriously, Casper. And then the miniverse episode of Rick and Morty. All right, let's finish this shit.
Percent of users, or like a vast minority of users actually account for the vast, like 97% of tweets.
Probably,
so
yeah.
we're truly
one of
definitely
those.
talking about, yeah, we know that, like a vocal minority here.
Sure, it is still a vocal minority, but it's becoming more and more of a majority, right? Like 15 years ago, my mom would have never said that she gets like news on Facebook. Today, she gets her news exclusively on Facebook. And I think it's something like 65 or 70% of Americans say they get the majority of their news from social media.
Aren't
So they
you
might not be
telling on yourself a little bit by saying like?
I mean, if that's the position you want to take in the discussion, that's fine. I have a feeling we'll, in the space of that discussion, we'll probably move through a lot of different positions. I don't want to necessarily define it like rigidly before we get into it. I kind of want to just let us flow into the argument, sort of whatever direction it takes us. If you're amenable to that.
Like my mom, or like citing like a personal example, kind of like
Okay, well,
showing.
I like to do the 1, 2. So the first was my mom. Okay. So the second would be, I'm pretty sure that like the most recent poll that I've heard is like it's between 65 and 70% of Americans' primary news source is social media. Like it's such a huge deal. You've got Facebook talking about like Cambridge Analytica and stuff in front of Congress. You've got Congress constantly asking questions of like, how do we deal with misinformation online? You've got some people that would assert that maybe you're like on one breath you're telling me like, well, social media, does it really represent much? And then on the other hand, you've got people saying that like Russian interference in different social media platforms was so important it might have been the tipping point for the election.
He was losing his damn mind in that one.
In 2016. So I mean, it seems like it probably matters.
Oh, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter.
But don't bring up Riker in front of Cosmic, right? Was it? No, don't bring up Riker in front of Candy. Candy hates Riker. I mean, I don't know if I have necessarily a succinct claim. I could definitely settle on something like there is currently no evidence that a God exists.
But I'm saying, like, to what degree is it indicative and like reflective of your average American voter? Because like you're saying, your average American, like most people who vote, right?
I'd have to think about how I want to formulate it, like, succinctly.
Are they wealthy, or like what?
Your voting population probably skews older, wealthier, whiter. Would be my guess.
Right. Okay. Who makes up like? Whoa.
Whoa.
We good?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, like rich people almost by definition.
God was like, shut the fuck up.
And we're talking about like a minority of people, right? So like the vast majority of this country is like working class, right?
Okay.
And you're already saying like you already can see like Twitter skews affluent, skews white, skews rich, skews educated.
Yep.
Okay, like that's
like the voting population.
That's not the. I know, but that's who's voting. I'm talking about all Americans, not just voting Americans.
Okay, well, what, I mean,
if you're
all
saying
Americans,
it's
like
some
Americans that are 9 years
national-
old, or what?
Huh?
Like 9-year-old Americans, or what?
What? I don't know. It's your topic, but like I'm saying like for the sake of this, like Americans over the age of like 16, maybe 18.
I think social media is giving us more indicative views of like what they think as time
Just don't say that around the Muslims, Cosmic.
goes on. I would say.
You're just wrong. Okay.
I'm not wrong.
So,
okay, here, final thing then.
my final thing is that you say you're like a pretty big like free market guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can find some common ground here. All right. I don't think you have any sort of meaningful policy prescription that you could put forward to deal with, the supposed overabundance of wokeness that's occurring on college campuses and, in your house, just your workplace, like anywhere. But like, okay, like this is the common ground is like maybe to introduce like antitrust, because what you're complaining about is like capitalism to me. You're complaining about just actors within a free market who are navigating that to their benefit and for profit. So like, for example, Joe Biden, I think within the last year made the statement and then walked it back that basically, like, quote, practically, Facebook is killing people because of COVID misinformation, because of vaccine disinformation that was being disseminated among social media. And he backed off that pretty quickly, even though the first take was the base take. Facebook absolutely is killing people because they were promoting misinformation. They were promoting conspiracy theorists, people like Alex Jones, and what the question is like, okay, if that's happened, what are we going to do about it? Okay, and Joe Biden backed off that statement because his entire neoliberal ideology is predicated upon making sure that these actors within the free market who have a coercive power that he doesn't like be allowed to do as they please, and at this point they control probably several percentage points of web traffic. And what are we going to do about that? He backed off of it because he's not about to say, oh, we're going to break up Facebook into a million pieces until it's no longer profitable for these individual bad actors to spread disinformation because he's not going to regulate them like
Yeah,
that.
I agree. And my goal isn't generally to function like from the government. I think like socially we should pressure people to not be as big on like the cancel stuff. That's kind of what I push on.
But what's the point of having this or I guess this principle if you're not going to actually try to institute it into policy?
It doesn't have to. We can have social pressure that isn't like dating norms aren't
So
like.
you're talking about just culture war.
Yep.
You're not interested.
I'm a YouTuber. That's what I talk about.
Yeah, we know. But then what's the point? All you're doing is complaining that people don't agree with you.
Yeah, getting people to change their minds. That's why I do events like this.
Yes. Was your mind changed?
Nope, but I hope yours was.
Okay.
Okay, well.
What's your name? You call me X.
Yeah, yeah, fucking gisticle, dude. Destiny obviously totally got destroyed. What is this guy thinking, bro? What was this guy thinking? You good? Not enough of that? Not a lot of space on here, huh? Go ahead. Get your butt out of my face. Hi, you want a peanut? Go get a peanut. Come here. Come here. Can you say please? Say please. Say please. Say please. Oh. You spat all over me. We happy? She got peanuts. She got 2 peanuts. You got 2 peanuts. Hi. Jizz tickles guy. Now go away or I shall taunt you a second time. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to making fun of this fucking goober. Okay? This dude fucking sucks.
Raped across the coals. But also, Aaron is a based sociopath who leaked the Destiny revenge porn scandal. So, I don't really know how you can have heat.
Exactly what she's talking about right now.
But even pre-October
He
7th,
cut himself off because he was about to say some unhinged shit, I bet.
two-state solution was like that issue had fallen off the map. Even Obama can do it. And
Yo, thank you, Harmony, for the 499. Hugely appreciate it. Thank you.
Obama, like the terms of the for the two-state solution or whatever, were highly favorable to Israel, and it still fell through.
I understand the complexities
I love Mariner.
of exploring a two-state solution with the West Bank setup.
He
No, I understand all the arguments about how a two-state solution is going to be incredibly difficult, especially with the expansion of the settlements in the West Bank. I do understand all that. However, a one-state solution is like, to her point, she laid it out. It's like you're either going to use military force against a country that has nuclear weapons to force this issue, or you're going to internally destabilize the country. And neither Israelis nor Palestinians want to share a single state. It's the least popular.
When are you going to see Superman? Thank you for $5.
When are you going to see Superman?
This week, hopefully. Hopefully this week. It should happen this week. I'll do a
I already saw it.
whole review on stream. We'll go over Drew Pablo's essay about it, where he's saying it's agit propaganda Jews.
Proposal amongst that crowd. And as far as I'm concerned,
It's not. Why do people keep saying this? People keep... Oh my god, this drives me nuts. This drives me absolutely nuts. So everybody keeps saying this... Okay, I don't want to go into too much detail, because spoilers, right? Everybody keeps saying there was a situation in there that was an allegory to Israel-Palestine. Now, there are some details about it that don't really add up. Okay? Just on its face. But here's the biggest detail that I don't think any of these fucking idiots know. Okay? That's, first of all, I agree, Nick. That's exactly how I felt. But number 2, and this is the big one, and this is the thing that makes me laugh the most, okay? This is the thing that makes me laugh the most. The draft was finished in May of 2023. None of these idiots apparently even tried to look that up. Not a single one. Not a single fucking person. They're all going, oh, these people hate it. So, Drew Pavlu, you're a fucking retard too, okay? And I sometimes like some of the stuff you say. But the fact that you didn't immediately go and check to see the timeline for this writing makes you look like a fool. And all you fucking idiots out there who keep comparing it to Israel-Palestine, I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. Because the first draft was presented in May of 2023, which means he already wrote that situation into the script half a year before any of this even fucking happened. Anywho.
Fucking stop there. I don't understand why Western...
Wait, Jordan, wait. I'm laughing at the Superiors. It was a great movie, though. Those of you who didn't see it, it was fucking awesome. I loved it. Best Superman since Superman 2, hands down. I'm excited for what DC has to offer. And next movie up, I already have my ticket for Fantastic Four on the 24th, I believe. And I'm very excited to see that, too. But Superman, you know, I went in with decently good expectations. I thought I was probably going to enjoy it, but it exceeded my expectations. It was a lot of fun. It was, in my mind, what a Superman movie should be, right? Felt very comic booky, light, fun. There were still some themes in there that were, like, deep enough to, like, engage, but it was mostly, like, a hopeful Superman. And I think David Corenswet he was great. What a great fucking choice, right? And I don't hate the fact that it's our first Jewish Superman, especially considering the creators of Superman were Jewish. That was great. What was so woke about it? I mean, the idea, I think it was just because James Gunn said publicly that Superman is an immigrant, which, I mean, technically he's a refugee, but potato, potato. Yeah, literally an alien. Literally an alien. Oh my god. Oh, it's so stupid. Like, I kept myself out of, you know, because I don't like to see anything about any of this stuff before I go and see a movie, right? I don't like to get poison pilled on anything. I like to go in and, like, watch a thing without anybody else's opinions coloring my point of view. I might see, like, general ratings, like percentages, if they're generally good or bad, if I'm deciding, okay, I'm going to go watch this movie or not. But for the most part, like, I'm just going to try to go in as blind as I can, right? So I watched it, and then when I came out, I started seeing all of this woke stuff. And there was nothing during the movie when I was watching where I was going, oh, this is going to piss off the righties for being so woke. It didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. True. And in Man of Steel, let's be real here. No, I know, dude. Anytime I see, like, the critical drinker, for example, I can't stand that guy. I can't stand that guy. And it always sounds like he's talking like this. Why does it always sound like he's talking like this? It just annoys me. I'm just annoyed. Stevie Wonder does what approach? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. I remember something about Man of Steel being like a euphemism for Jewish, something about Jewish Men of Steel. That's what I remember. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing was like, so the destruction of Krypton, I believe, is supposed to be an allegory for the Holocaust. Oh, I get what you're saying. Because he's drunk half a bottle of scotch before recording. So yeah, the destruction of Krypton is apparently supposed to be an allegory for the Holocaust. Earth is supposed to be like his Israel. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Leftists are insisting, as the Vanguard did.
Didn't they have the same? No, they had like similar intentions. I think in Man of Steel, but not the same.
You cannot be a Palestinian advocate if you don't have.
As in, they also wanted an infinite right of return. Well, no, infinite right of colonization, which actually that tracks for the Arabs in Israel. Ooh. I said a controversial.
One-state solution when only fucking 18% of Palestinians in Gaza want that outcome. It's fucking absurd. It's ridiculous.
Because it doesn't surprise me that people in the West and America specifically, when given our own country's history and the way that we've resolved racial tension in this country, it was not to to further entrench separate but equal and let's have black states for black citizens and black Americans and white states for white Americans and further the divide and try to resolve it that way. It was messy in a lot of ways, but eventually.
Yeah. You can I hate this idea that it's just like, oh, this is like a play that these retards will do. And listen, I don't even know where I land on like fucking one state, two state ultimately. I think if it was ever going to be a one state, there would obviously have to be an interim period where there were leaders for each part and shit like that. Because I don't think you could just drop. Like, no, it's not even like a matter of, oh, they would kill all the Jews. No, it's like, to be honest, the Israelis would probably kill all the Palestinians if you just drop them into one place right now. But I think it's retarded.
Just offhand, they would just kill all the Palestinians just because? Just unprovoked? God, it's so crazy. They've just all been, like, convinced that Israeli people and Israeli society are just these bloodthirsty, genocidal maniacs who just want to kill all these people just to kill them.
The people like Hutch will...
From the river to the sea.
Play this bullshit game where they're like, oh, I just defer to the people there. They want two-state. They want two-state. Okay, well, if the people there wanted to, like... You know, if the Palestinians and Israelis decided that, you know, actually they want...
Are you in my Discord, Neighboruni? Or do you not have Discord? Do you have Discord? No. Okay. Well, I'm just saying you could send it to me in Discord. If you weren't being such a cuck about it. Ugh.
They wanted to team up and start annexing the West Bank together, right? And let's say the Palestinians that want to do that outnumber the Palestinians that don't, right? Let's say Gazans and Israelis in a hypothetical world want to team up and annex the West Bank together and fuck their shit up and just take it over. Totally rape them. You wouldn't go...
Gosh! Neighboruni.
Oh, well, I just defer to the people in the area and what they want. No, you would have a superseding moral value that means you have a solution to that situation that you want to see carried out over the top of whatever the people in the area say. Thank you for the $20 from Southside. Thank you for the 5 memberships. I'm still on. Huge appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, obviously you would have a superseding moral. You wouldn't just go, oh, well, more than 50% of people in the area think this is a good idea, so that's what we should do. No, you would obviously have an overruling principle that means you don't think that's right. And obviously people who believe in a one-state solution, regardless of whether the polling there says people support a one-state solution, they have some overruling moral principle that means that's the solution they want.
eventually there was integration, but even that integration had to come at the end of the gun.
Why is
They had
that?
to,
But why is integration?
like,
Why
board.
why is a one-state solution, full right of return, equal rights, everybody? Like, why is that inherently more preferable?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Why is that more preferable to a two-state solution if the vast majority of Palestinians and Israelis prefer that?
Because I think you're assuming that people come to their conclusions based solely or in majority in part of with the opinion of the Palestinians and Israelis in that area, and I don't think that that's how people form their opinions on this. I think people.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a fight that is, for once, user not being totally retarded. It's certainly fine to say something like, I don't think a one-state, secular, equal rights, whatever, blah, 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 is feasible right now because nobody there wants it. That might be my moral principle that I would want that, but it's not feasible right now because no one there wants it. You would have to work towards that point. That's totally reasonable to say. But just going, well, they don't want it, so it can never happen. No, you could still have, again, an overall moral principle that means that the solution you want to see is one where people are given, you know, equal rights to live in this.
Everyone knows these leftists know sod all, very bonger term of you. Sod all about the area and its history, but they know enough to know if there was a one state tomorrow and the IDF disbanded, the Jewish people would be massacred there, which sadly many would be all right with since they think none of them are civilians. They don't know that. They think it would be the opposite. He literally just said it. He literally just said the Israelis would massacre the Palestinians. I think most of them agree. I think most of them know that, which is why they never answer that question directly. But this dude...
culturally, religiously, historically important area together, you know, all that, right?
People who call for one single secular democratic binational state where there's equal rights between Israelis and Palestinians.
Nobody wants that.
For different reasons.
But nobody wants that. Like,
well, you know, no, people in the West want it, but the people in that region don't. But there have been different times in that region.
I used to be like, morally, I want them all to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but I know in practice, these radical Islamists will just never stop trying to destroy the Jews, and we need to wipe all of these radical Islamist countries off the face of the earth before they destroy America.
Region where Palestinians wanted to shift the conversation and demand to one person, one vote.
You know, like, listen, I feel like this is another one of these things where... No, I do understand that, but I'm just saying, like, it's...
Edward Said is right.
No.
He called for a one-state solution in 1992. He was a prominent Palestinian-American intellectual. He wrote the question of Palestine.
Not familiar, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wrote it for the New York Times in 1992, calling for, like, at post-Oslo, he was very disillusioned with the Oslo. He said there should be one state.
My headphones just fucking disconnected. What the hell? The fuck was that about? Oh, they just turned it off. Why do you freak out like that? Hang on.
Seriously, and
It was weird.
see that people are like,
You make sure my shit is still working here. Test. There we go.
it could be again, and they want to push for that, and I don't think that's wrong.
The most recent polling that I saw from Gallup from March was 75% of Democrats believe in a two-state solution. So I just like, now.
One state is an attempt at virtue signaling. That depends on what side you're coming from. One state from the lefty side is virtue signaling. One state from the Israeli side is a reaction to the crazy lefties and all the times they've been attacked throughout history. I mean, this is a difference. Leftists refuse to acknowledge Islamic countries and Islamist countries are different things, and no Islamist country shouldn't be countries shouldn't be enabled because they have a radical form of Islam. On whose lefties would be okay with it because colonialist Western bad guys. That's not true, Cosmic. That is very much not true. I know one-stater Israelis. No. Not with demographic integration, good buddy. With a nice little ethnic cleansing. Or zero right of return. I've seen too many who have said that they just don't trust the Palestinians to govern themselves peacefully. Well, no, they do say one state. And they want the other Arab countries to take in Palestinians. I mean, trust me, like, I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. Like, I know some of these people.
Only is there a pretty broad consensus within the American left here, there's a massive consensus with both Israelis and Palestinians. I quite frankly don't understand the insistence on that outcome as though it's inherently better when this is just not what they're asking for. So, but I don't want to get bogged down.
I know it's not, but like, if and like pretend like it was feasible. Would you support one state, one secular democratic state, equal rights between these two people?
If it was feasible, like if we could just, I would base my preference on what they're asking for. So if it was
feasible, this is what I mean. He's doing it right now. See, he's doing.
Dude, I don't understand why there's this crazy obsession about needing a one state. Like, why? Why do we care so much about this? I don't understand. I truly don't understand why they're so attached to this idea. Like, this is so important that we make these people live together. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, obviously, that's not going to turn out well. Why is this so important to you? Why do you care so much about forcing these two people who don't want to live together to live together? I'm taking the argument at face value, neighbor Rooney. I mean, yeah, from that perspective, yeah. But, like, they make the argument that they want them to live together. For Palestinians to live in Israel as a non-citizen resident amalgamation, but not with voting rights, like that Yishai Fleischer guy. Yeah, like an actual apartheid. Or, well, not as drastic, but, like...
Right now. Literally doing the thing I just described. No, that is not your position. You are lying right now. This is just a way for you to never commit. That is not your now.
What are you retarding about?
I would base my preference on what they're asking for. So if it was
see, this is what I mean. He's doing it right now.
Maybe let him fucking finish before you spurg out like a retard. You're literally so coded. You can't even listen to what he's saying without freaking out. You don't even know what his position is at this point. You're just like, no, 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 no.
See, he's doing it right now. Literally doing the thing I just described. No, that is not your position. You are lying right now. This is just a way for you to never commit to the idea of a one-state secular equal rights. This is a total excuse.
Bro, stop! You want more people to fucking die. That's what you want. That's what you're advocating for. You absolute fucking moron. Secular state with equal rights between these two people is going to devolve into a bunch of people in the same country constantly attacking each other. You're so fucking short-sighted because all you care about is the virtue signal about this is my Western value and I'm going to force it upon these people. These people do not want to live with each other. You're such a fucking idiot. Oh my God.
Total excuse. You are obviously being asked. Like, now Aaron needs to ask a question. Okay, equal stats. The solutions are exactly as popular across the populations. It is all of it is exactly as popular. You are the tiebreaker. You, Hutch, as an American, have been brought in to be the tiebreaker. They literally can't decide.
He's
They are
setting up a
perfectly split.
hypothetical. Could have said 2 states is the more likely to be good in the long run. Yeah, just like commit to the argument that obviously, if you try to force them together into a single state, there's going to be a lot of people who fucking die. Lonerbox makes this argument all the time. And when they say, like, no, they're not going to, he's like, you're fucking naive. You're living in a dream world. Yeah, I think it's more than you think, Neighbor Rooney, and it's really, really stupid. Guess what? Kremen is another self-loathing Jew who thinks if he shits on other Jewish people, anti-Semites will hate him. Oh, man. First of all, he's a Jew. Also, Daniel, rough, bro. Oh, no. That's a rough one, buddy. Yeah. Shame. Shame. He's Jewish? This guy's fucking Jewish? I'm disappointed. We're supposed to be educated. Oh, no. I don't know if I'm ready for that, Cosmic. I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind. Anti-Semitism. Okay. Oh, don't push me, Cosmic. I'm gonna look like a bitch right now if I say no, and I'm just not. I am not in the place to debate this, dude. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna come off unhinged right now. Plus, I'm having more fun yelling at him into the void with you guys right now.
Proportionally along the solutions. So you, Hutch, have been brought in as the American adjudicator. You were the tiebreaker. What solution would you pick, Hutch? That's the question now.
But neither the Israelis or the Palestinians want it, I would be opposed to that. Because, okay, let's just force it, right? It's feasible, but neither of them want it. Okay, boom, you're in a single state solution. What's to stop them from just having elections and deciding democratically to split up into 2 states at that point? Let's just cut the middleman and not do that. It's just...
But then they would be self-determined, right? Only one of those people are self-determined. Israelis have a state, Palestinians don't have a state.
Well, you can't say that you're for self-determination, but then insist on an outcome that they don't want. Like that's not congruent.
That's not what self-determined means. What?
I'm just saying, at different points they have...
Wait, what? If they have their own government and they're a separate state and they elect their government and govern themselves, that's what self-determination is. What are you talking about?
Wanted that, and I'm just trying to see what you want, and I guess like your opinion on it really comes down to like how popular an opinion is, but I don't form my opinions off of how popular something is or isn't.
Like if we lived in a...
For desegregation and integration.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Aaron needs to ask a question. Aaron needs to equal stats. You need to equal stats now. They're equally as popular.
Even if polling was showing like...
I mean, like, that's just not the case, though. The problem here is, like, yeah, if it was equally as popular and if you could just choose, yeah, and you could know that, like, that shit wasn't going to happen, then maybe. But let's say it's equally as popular, but, like, the views of each other are the same, then no, there's going to be a lot of people who kill each other. So no, that's a bad idea. How many fucking states have split up into separate countries? I still don't understand why we're so fucking married to this idea. Stop trying to force your own values onto different people.
People and white people don't want that in the American South. Why are you going to push for it? That's not what those people want. I would be like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I think that that's the right thing, so I push for it. And I would hope that I could convince them that that's better than the alternative, which is more separate but equal.
Yeah, I mean, the comparisons with, like, United States, like...
Okay, he legit can't engage. Dude, Hutch is such a bald fucking retard. It's such a shame that people give us...
No, he's right! He's right! This is not an equal comparison. Once again, you are taking Western values and trying to force them upon other people. You are so fucking cucked in the brain by this point of view that you have, that everybody has to view things from the lens of the way that you do, that you are missing the entire huge sect of people in that whole region that already don't view it that way. And the Palestinians are a small group of that much wider sect. How many democracies are in the Middle East? Why do you think that's the case, bro? It's because they have different value sets. They structure their governments differently. And you're trying to impose your own upon them. And then put people who have been historically massacred, not just by them, but by other groups of people, who have been said that they will be massacred by these groups of people, and saying it's all going to be great because you think your specific Western values are so awesome that it's just going to fix all the problems. It doesn't make any sense. You're not looking at any of this from a practical point of view. Your head is in the fucking clouds, man. It's in the clouds.
Such an easy ride.
The American South. Why are you going to push for it? That's not what those people want. I would be like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I think that that's the right thing, so I push for it, and I would hope that I could convince them that that's better.
Pro-Pally leftists are the most colonialist folks out there, unironically. I know! The Arab world is fucking huge. It came from Arabia. How do you think it got as big as it is? Hutch never made the two-state argument. He cowered away. He almost made it. He danced around it. But yeah, he backed off. He's trying too hard to ride this line, instead of committing to what he fucking knows is right, because he knows it's right.
And the alternative, which is more separate but equal.
Yeah, I mean, the comparisons with, like, United States, like, Jim Crow segregation, or even, like, South Africa, I think are just really... I understand the instinct to compare it to these things, but they're just not the same. And, like, even Nelson Mandela...
They're the same, but I'm saying that
Wow, guys, they're not the same, so stop comparing them. Thank you, Hutch. This is a Destiny viewer, by the way. How many times has he heard this fucking raped pervert get on his stream and say, very rarely are two comparisons ever the same. If they're disanalogous, you should point out how they're disanalogous.
You literally just flaunted your retardation like it was a virtue. Like, you're proud of the retarded fucking thing that you just said. You just sat there and you were like, yeah, this thing that you said, that's true. Yeah, you're dumb for that. Because I actually want to see them as the same, and I don't care if they're different. Because we don't care about definitions.
How many times he heard that and something drilled into his bald fucking head?
You can compare anything technically, but like,
wow.
for example, like, Mandela understood the political reality, and he.
Wow. Racist against bald people.
Supported Israel's rights to secure borders. Like Mandela, even after ending apartheid in South Africa, never wavered from pushing for a two-state solution rather than a single state. Because I think in part because he recognized.
Yeah, he didn't actually describe the differences.
That the realities were just completely different, and there was just no there's I mean, you're either gonna have to convince Israel to do it themselves, to dissolve themselves, or you're gonna have to force them to do this, and neither of these things are gonna happen. They're just unless you can explain that to me, like it's just.
There's one state now, and people recognize like the reality to contend with is that Israel showing no signs of ending that occupation, Israel showing no signs of ending that blockade. There's one.
I mean, there's one state with disputed borders. I don't know if you necessarily call that a single coherent state. The West Bank and Gaza have their own governments. So I don't really know if you call that a single state.
One state between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, and it's one where there's two peoples. You have like Israelis and you have Palestinians, and Israelis are here both legally and like both de jure and de facto, and Palestinians are subjugated and oppressed and confined to Gaza and the West Bank, where their land is stolen and they face settler violence and they don't have elections. Like they have issues with water and.
Why don't they have elections? Huh? Why don't they have elections? Pray tell. Is it maybe because their leaders won't allow them to have elections? No. No. It couldn't be that. It has to be the Israelis, right? Yeah, of course. It's the Jews. The Jews aren't letting them have elections. Obviously, that's what it is.
Access to basic human needs, and so if that's going to be the dynamic, if there's one state,
I don't want that to be the dynamic.
I hate these people so much, man. I don't want that to be the dynamic, but you get on stream every day and you were just like you were like throwing Israel.
No, I understand you hate them, and you lose your mind every time. You don't actually make a real argument. You just get all up in your feels because you've been preconditioned to hate them. You're not actually going to make an argument. You're just going to say, "Then you try."
Defending Israel. What's this guy's opinion on the GHF? Like, oh, it's so fucking gay, man.
How many meals now? $66 million meals in just over a month. That's my opinion on the GHF.
You do want that to be. You don't care if that's dynamic. You literally do not give a fuck. Why even pretend you give a fuck if that's a dynamic? You care about American interests. That's what you care. I wish these people would come out and be honest. This is what they actually think. I care about America. They are America first. Moderate Destiny-type libs are the true America first. Because they are literally, they will just obscure their real intention to just make excuses for whatever the American interest is at the time. And they are just totally willing to like just toe the exact line they need to try and avoid criticism while pushing for whatever the American interest is at the time. Intention, because they are literally, they will just obscure their real intention to just make, I don't pretend you give a fuck if that's a dynamic. You don't care if that's dynamic. You literally do not give a fuck. Why even pretend you give a fuck if that's a dynamic? You care about American interests. That's what you care. I wish these people would come out and be honest. This is what they actually think. I care about America. They are America first. Moderate Destiny-type libs are the true America first. Because they are literally, they will just obscure their real intention to just make excuses for whatever the American interest is at the time. And they are just totally willing to like just toe the exact line they need to try and avoid criticism while pushing for America's allies, America's proxies to just do whatever instead.
Wait, I missed it.
So,
Their needs, and so if that's going to be the dynamic.
I hate these people so much, man. I don't want that to be the dynamic, but you get on stream every day and you were just like you were like throwing Israel and defending Israel. What's this guy's
Was it
opinion on the GHF? Like, oh, it's so fucking gay, man.
Uh-oh. Doesn't that mean he needs to get canceled?
You do want that. You care about America. I care about America. They are America first. Moderate Destiny type libs are the true America first. Because they are literally, they will just...
I mean, do you think it's stupid to care about your own country's interests? You have to characterize that as necessarily being nationalistic? That doesn't make any sense, bro. This when left-wing self-aggrandizing saviorism just meant going to some third world country and building wells, put photos on MySpace and Facebook. I've done that shit before. It's fun. Funny how that works with leftists. It's just saying Hutch lacks a spine and is unwilling to state it openly. Cosmic. I love how Cosmic is like, I hate this guy, but also fuck Hutch.
Obscure their real intention to just make excuses for whatever the American interest is at the time. And they are just totally willing. They are just totally willing to like just toe the exact line they need to try and avoid criticism while pushing for America's allies, America's proxies to just do whatever insane shit they want to do, clear out a bunch of countries.
Proxies. They're proxies now. Israel is a proxy.
There is no, like, they don't actually give a fuck about international law or any shit like that. It is actually America first. They're actual America first.
If it's going to be one state, it is one state, which is true. And even the Trump administration is not pushing for one state. It's like, okay, if there's going to be just one state, then it needs
It's
to be
like
one
a
person, one vote, and it
pseudo
needs to have
state. I don't know too many singular states that, you know, have sections that have completely autonomous governments that rule over certain areas of land without any interference from the governing body of the state. He's equivocating like some dithering fool. Yeah. As a State Department kid, I expect that I just meant the types who did it for the performance of it all. Oh, yeah. True. That's true. Yeah. Because, like, when I did it, I was, like, going with my school and shit like that. Remember, advocating for your country to not be destroyed is stupid and cucked. Everyone knows you're supposed to advocate the downfall of the imperial core and bring out the Bayes-Ed socialist revolution. Whenever somebody says imperial core, I literally, like, my mind brings up the like, inner systems of the Star Wars galaxy. Coruscant, exactly.
rights, and they need to be enfranchised if you don't want to end the occupation.
I mean, Trump's version of one state is literally ethnically cleansing Gaza and annexing it as a U.S. territory, so I don't think that's a great one state. You know, but I'm not like...
One state. There's one state before the United States finally formally acknowledged that, yeah, there's one state, and this is our idea for it, which is to ethnically cleanse all of these people.
Like, you don't need to make the arguments to me that, like, the Palestinians...
Well, not anymore, surely.
You know, in both in diaspora, but also in West Bank and Gaza, have been subjected to humiliating, unacceptable conditions for decades. I'm fully on board with you. I just prefer not to engage in like the.
How is this IP-ish our best interest? Real question. America has worse relations with most of those Muslim and Arab countries that are in that area. So if Israel just expands, that's...
Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that is a good emote. Let's see. It's a trap. What is our emote size here? Looking for love in all the wrong places. Yes. Surakumoji. It's a trap. All right, what do we like? This one or this one? This one. Oh, I don't know. This one? Yeah, but like the writing is so small. Oh. No, it's no sounds. Do a poll. All right, we've got 1, 2. Should we add 3? Nah. It's going to be 30 seconds, so y'all better be on it. Okay. So 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Oh, come on. There was an error creating the poll. Why don't you fuck off? Oh, that's why. Okay. Here's 1. Here's 2. Calling it Akbar. There's also... Well, I also downloaded another one. So we've got this one, and we've got this one. I kind of like this one better. Yeah. It might be... Yeah? Okay. Let's see if that looks good. That does look good. Okay. It makes a woman go mad. It's a trap. Okay, now we need the soundboard.
It's a trap!
Yeah. What do we get rid of?
Why do you think fraternities have you screw sheep and all this and, give guys blowjobs?
I don't know. That one's fun. What about this one? What's this one?
Liberal.
Oh, that's good too.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if I use that one though, even though it's a classic. There's too many good ones. Do we need this?
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, I don't think I really use that one. It's a good one, but I don't really think I use that one. No, I definitely want... This is a classic. I think it's worth it. Okay.
It's a trap.
There we go. We've also still got this.
Base?
That one's just in vogue right now, right? And I still like this one a lot.
Oh no! القرنج!
This is probably the one I use the most right now.
How dare you?
I've wanted that as an emote for so long in Destiny's chat. Should we add a Greta emote? Do we add a Greta emote? Oh no. Oh no. That's an easy one to find, right? The Greta one is like finding like an actual emote for this is rough. Let's see. Greta, nothing. Let's see. Okay. I guess this works. This will be our How Dare You. I need to add it to my Discord as well. Boom, 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 boom. Wait. Did it actually download? Oh, because it downloaded as a JPEG. Does it not like JPEGs? Oh, it needs a PNG. Okay, hang on. Gotta do a little magic. Boom. Yas, Queen. Did that work? Yeah, it worked. Good. I'll add it to my Discord server as well. Perfect. If any of y'all aren't in the Discord server, make sure you join the Discord server. My face and my fries are insulted. I think this one is my favorite. Hang on. I'm eating through the back of my head, bro. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh man, if any of you know how to do like, you know, this kind of shit, and you can take a picture of Jabba's face and put Frogan's hijab on it, I need that. We'd need that emote. Moja baja ho ho ho. That would be so base, dude. That would be
Base?
that would be the best emote. So if any of you know how to do that, I'll give you a free month of subscription. Because that'd be funny. Okay, okay. We got some emotes growing here. I'm not on Windows 11. I'm still on my old potato. Night, buddy. Probably be easier on a Mac than on a Windows, right? I have two Macs. Two Macs and then my Windows. And a couple iPads. Good having you here, buddy. I'll be back on Wednesday, of course. Shit, was there anything? Oh, shit, there was a couple things I wanted to go over real quick. Just because this was so goofy. This was so goofy, dude. They're like, Mr. President, come with me. Come with me, Mr. President. Bro. What are you doing? You give them the trophy, and then you get the fuck off the stage. What are you doing, bro? That was so awkward. Like, for comparison, Okay. I'm going to turn the sound off because otherwise I'm probably going to get copyrighted. For comparison, look, they've got the cup, they've got the World Cup all the way over here, okay? All the way over here. The Qatari whatever the fuck is all the way over here. The FIFA president is all the way over here, okay? This thing was so fucking stupid. Why would you host this in Qatar? You fucking kidding me? Yeah. Notice how they walk off to the side, right? Right? Notice how they walk off and they're like, here you go. And they don't insert themselves right the fuck in here and jump with the team. Because that would be weird. Campeones, la reconcha de su madre. Vamos, la puta madre que le parió. Chupame un huevo, hijo de mi puta. ¡Vamos! Okay, sorry. I had a moment. Oh my god. Can we? Can we, though, is the question, okay? Oh, I think we can. Oh. Oh my god, yes we can. We absolutely can. Oh, Jesus. There's no way the DoD is going to use Grok. That's insane. Especially they can't, especially after the new update. Oh. Good lord. Okay. Okay. Amazing.
Amazing.
Alright, Daniel already knows, but guys, go ahead and check out the new emote that I just added. That is absolutely
Amazing.
You had to add 3. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Wait, what? Wait, really? Okay, I need to check that out just for research. For research purposes. Wait. Oh. I definitely need to stop it from popping up windows that show my fucking email address on the main screen. What the fuck is that? Alright, let's see. Oh, do I have to have like the plus version to see it? Oh, well, I'm not paying for that. Yeah, fuck that shit. All right. Let's go. I'm a Nigerian prince, and I can give you the crown's perpetual super warranty if you kindly provide me your credit card for simple verification. Baby, sporty, scary ginger? What about posh? I don't know. Will we get away with that? No, because it's only 4 of the 5. Rude. A boot. It's racist against Canadians. Um... Hmm. Types of blue? Yes. I mean, are these like adjectives for a car? Nice. Oh, though, damn, bro. Okay, okay. Whoa! That's what I thought. That was a fucking tough one, but that's what I thought it was. Hell yeah. Words before Rogers. Oh, okay. Nice. All right, here we go. Is this where I think it is? It is where I think it is. Man, it does not look like this anymore. These are called tuk-tuks. Right? Or wait, no, there was a different name for it in Haiti, right? Tap-taps. That's it. Tap-taps. Oh, it's like, there's only like one, by the way, in like all of Port-au-Prince nowadays, there's only like one intersection with traffic lights on it. Yeah, bro. It is. It's a lot like, right now, it's a lot like it was when I was living there. Yeah, I can't tell what street they're on here. So I'll just go with here, because I don't fucking know. 207 meters, okay. 2 years off. Aww. Mean. Yep. That's what it was like when I was there. Okay. Oh, God. Denmark. Yeah, I know. We ended up, like, my family, we ended up having to be evacuated. Two days after we were evacuated, the opposition overthrew the government and the president fled the country. Getting like 80s vibes from this, you know? Or 70s maybe? 2003, 2004. Say 85 because we don't know. It's a glass museum. There's a lot of museums around here. So I guess we'll pick somewhere around here. Fuck it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn it. Taito Station. Obviously, this is Tokyo. In like the 2000s? Like the mid 2000s? 2007? Is this Shibuya? Ginza. Honestly, the cities here are so big it could be like anywhere. Any one of these big fucking cities. Let's see if there's a Taito. Oh! Nice. Where's Taito Station? Or maybe that's like the name of a fucking place and not like a metro station. Let's see. Big crosswalk. Nah. No, it's got like the crossies. Crosswalk. Bro, Japan is wild. To the expo in Osaka? I have no idea. Huh? This is crossy sidewalks. I don't think so. Okay, hang on. Bueno. Oh, it's because I was in the wrong spot. It's over here. Trippin'. I be trippin'. Okay. We'll be in Riyadh. Ugh. My dad's been to nearly 80 countries, and he said the only place he's been in the entire world that he never wants to go back to is Riyadh. He said it was an awful place with shitty human rights, and he was invited to Chop Chop Square to enjoy a fucking execution in public. Yeah. Jesus Christ, indeed. Taito might be really, really large, which sucks. Because it's hard to find places in Japan, man. Yeah, look, it gets the big fucking name. So, like, this whole area is like fucking Taito in a sense. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think they stopped doing the public executions, but still, you know, he was there when women couldn't drive, they couldn't leave the house without a man. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. We'll go with here. A year off, 4.2 miles. Okay. What? Damn it. Queenslanders. So Brisbane, probably? Yep, that's Brisbane. give me like 30s, 40s, 50s vibes. 50s. Valley Junction. Look at the cars. Yeah, look at these cars. You think it's like the 60s? So you're thinking the 60s? Okay. Well, then we'll leave it on 62. No. There's no way. Look at this. Look at the clothes they're wearing. Look at the fucking hats. Like, I think even 60s is pushing it, bro. Look at this thing. Yeah, but the clothes feel old. Like, look at how people are dressed. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I could be hella wrong. Yeah, it's just this feels old. And the clothes feel old. And then all of these, like, wires up top. But maybe you're right. Shit. I don't know. Fuck it. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, 68, late 60s. Okay. That's okay. We take those. Oh. Is this the tomato thingy? In Spain? Ew. Ew. Well, it's got to be recent then. Why is the quality so dog shit? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I saw what I think I saw. These are the most retarded people you're ever going to come across. Straight up chickens for KFC, dog. And the fucking watermelons, bro. Fuck off. Man, I don't even care. I hope I get this one wrong. Fuck them. The cock? That says the cock. So we'll say 24. Because with the amount of time, that's the most likely. And Venta, I mean, this has got to be Spain, right? Plaza Continental? Is that what it says? I feel like this is Madrid. Doesn't have the architecture of Barcelona. I don't know. I don't even want to spend a lot of time on this one. Fuck these people. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe now. A lot of Jews were in Spain a long time ago. Yeah. The Inquisition. Section called Universidad. That sounds about right, maybe. Fuck it. We're going here. A year off. 196 miles. Running of the Bulls in Pamplona. See, everything. They can't do anything. There's nothing they can do without turning it into a pro-Palestine protest. Not a single fucking thing. Everything has to be about their cause. Yeah, and then the Bulls run after them. Every single thing. You can't enjoy anything without these fucking degenerates showing up. Being like, oh, shit. Okay, I didn't even realize. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Mika. Alright, let's say goodbye to the YouTube retards. Bye, YouTube retards. We love you.